All right, we're here from Camden County, USRowing National Championships. I'm Kyle Peabody, here with Colleen
Seville.
And we got looks like we got our first race coming down the course now. Women's Intermediate Quad Semifinal 1, lane 1 to 6. Lane 1's nearest to you. We got Potomac, Gordon Composite, Orion, Vesper B, Newport Sea-Base Composite, and Resilient. That's me. All right, folks, we got a great race lining up here.
Oh, it's underway.
Looks like we got Vesper B, stroked by Sabrina Bohr, leading the field in lane 4. Behind them, we got 3 boats hot, Newport, Orion, and Potomac. Gordon. Yeah, that's got to be them, right? Oh, Orion.
And Orion looking pretty sharp here, Kyle. Some nice quick catches we can see in this quad. Of course, the quad, definitely a fun boat to row. These boats go fast. And in sprint racing, they have a nice straight course to work with. And it looks like they are all doing a really good job of staying in their lanes right now. But I'd say Orion looking like an early leader here at a nice, comfortable cadence in the first half of this race.
Yeah, this drone view is really excellent. We can really see a lot of the field all at once. Nice overhead view, quick catches in these quads here. Got a nice big tailwind blowing down the course today, so a lot of fast times expected, especially in these quicker boats. A lot of exciting racing kicking off.
So again, this is a semifinal. This is the women's intermediate quad coming down the course, semifinal number 1. So we have 2 women's intermediate quad semifinals, which means it is top 3 to advance to the final. So these crews right now looking to ensure that their finish placement is in positions 1 through 3. So as they get a little bit closer, the racing I expect will get tighter, again, really jockeying, especially for that 3rd place position. But spots 1, 2, and 3 are where you want to be, and it's starting to look pretty close, Kyle.
Yeah, it's getting really exciting here as we come to the last 500 meters. Like you said, that top 3 position really key to getting into that final tomorrow, to get into that race for the medals. So we're going to see everybody opening up and see what they got to make sure they can be in that qualifying position.
And they're now coming through with less than 500 meters to go. Again, the women's intermediate quad semifinal number 1. We saw Orion out ahead, some nice work from Vesper as well. Orion right in the middle in that lane 3, Vesper in lane 4. But it does look like Orion keeping their bow ball ahead right now in this semifinal number 1. Right now approaching about 250 meters to go as they move into the red buoy line and towards the finish.
Wind's really picking up here in the last stretch of the race. Important to stay composed, especially for those crews fighting for that last spot into the final tomorrow. Looks like we still have about 3 crews really fighting for 2 spots with Orion out ahead.
And a nice push from Vesper too, I'd say. We saw that early in the race, but it looks like they're getting work done here as well as they now move into the last 150 or so meters. But right now, really nice work from the Orion crew in lane 3, coming down the center. Then on the far side, Potomac not to be left out. Orion now though coming into these last 20 or so strokes. A nice press with an open water lead for them over lane 4, Vesper.
Really close as we come to the Rhine. It's going to be Orion in first. Next we'll have Gordon on the far side. And a crab at the line in the Vesper boat. And it's too close to call for that 3rd spot. All right. Well, that was very exciting. We'll have to go to the videotape and review that one. We'll have the results posted online for you. A late event in that Vesper boat, very close for that third qualifying position. Great racing. So we'll have to go check out what the final official result will be for that one. Next up, we'll have semifinal 2 of the women's intermediate quad. Again, we'll have top 3 advancing. Lane 1 to 6, we have the U18 girls high performance team, OKC High Performance Center, Orion B, Vesper, the Schuylkill Navy, and the New York Athletic Club. Looks like that race has already started. We're on 7-minute centers here today, so we'll get that camera up there as soon as we can.
And yeah, a little bit of a wind pickup, I'd say, from the morning. So these crews now facing a bit of a tailwind. Absolutely rowable and fair conditions, but I expect times will be a little bit quicker with this type of wind. A little bit of a tail crosswind at the moment.
Yeah, Colleen, we were talking about earlier this morning, they call this the IRA tailwind here, from back when we used to have the IRA race here for about 50 years. That big, beautiful Cooper tailwind blowing the boats down the course, helping you out. That afternoon heat can get pretty intense here with this beautiful New Jersey sunshine. So making sure that Mother Nature's helping us out with a little puff down the course, always appreciated.
Yeah. And it looks like this race is underway. So again, this is semifinal 2 of 2. It's the women's intermediate quad. In lane 1, the under 18 HP team. In lane 2, Oklahoma City. Lane 3, Orion again, this time their B quad. Lane 4, Vesper again, and this is the Vesper A. Lane 5, Schuylkill Navy, and lane 6, New York Athletic Club. And a nice push from Orion. Again, we see in lane 3, certainly one of our early leaders here in this first half of the race. And it looks like at the moment they are leading the field in this semifinal number 2. Right now, these crews moving through the first half of the race.
So it looks like we have Orion still leading with OKC behind them, and then Vesper rounding out that top 3 qualifying position. But right on their heels, we have the U18 women's high performance team. It's great to see our U18 high performance camps, both the men's and the women's, coming out here, racing a lot of the intermediate and senior events, getting a lot of great competitive racing in this weekend. Great for the development of these young athletes.
Absolutely, and now they are approaching the 500-meter mark to go, so we'll see them get a little bit closer to the grandstand here. Now as they move through 500 to go, and Kyle, as you rightly said, Orion out with the lead, Vesper and then OKC looking to hold those top 3 qualifying positions at the moment, but of course it's anyone's game as we now move towards the last 300. And Orion still holding the lead over Vesper. And Vesper holding a lead over Schuylkill Navy and Nyack. And of course, a lot of these athletes racing in many different events.
You never know how the fatigue is going to come into these races, especially in a hot afternoon when you never know what's going to happen. How many times you've raced, how hard you had to go in each race can really factor into that qualifying.
100%. And in turn, we may not see a lot of sprinting unless someone's really going after a qualifying spot. So right now we see Orion with the lead now into the last 20 strokes or so. Wouldn't be surprised if they held that pace consistently now through the line, but really nice work. It's Orion for first. It's Vesper holding second.
And it looks like New York AC going to get that last qualifying position. Again, that 1, 2, 3 position critical for qualifying for tomorrow's medal final.
And now coming through the line in lane 2, it's OKC. Coming through their final few strokes.
All right, the next race we got coming up, the men's intermediate double, semifinal 1. We've got 3 semifinals of this event, so it'll be top 2 to qualify for tomorrow's medals race. In this event, from lane 1 to 6, so near to far, we have Oyster Bay Community Rowing, Connoxon, Penn AC, Undine, Connoxon 2, and Detroit Boat Club. Again, looks like this race is coming in about 500 meters in. We've got the camera at the Camden County Boathouse, and we'll pick them up as they come through.
So with 3 semifinals, semifinal 1, 2, and 3 for the men's intermediate double, it will be top 2 to advance to the grand final, to the final tomorrow. So again, looking for those top 2 qualifying positions, starting with the semifinal number 1. And it looks like a clean start across the board. Again, especially in the small boats, this little bit of a tailwind will give these guys a boost. So a slightly faster race, slightly faster times.
And again, a lot of these crews, we have guys doubling up, maybe even tripling up. So again, with the recovery window and the qualification position, there's a lot of strategy can go into these semifinal races. Although, as you see with the wind, the seedings could be very critical for tomorrow as well. You want to make sure that you're in the best lane possible, especially if this wind shifts around and it's working against you.
And now just approaching the 500 down.
That's 1K.
1,000 down, 1,000 down. So a little over halfway through the race.
We'll switch back into this drone view. This drone is unbelievable. It's a great addition to our live stream, being able to follow these races overhead and really get that panoramic view overhead. So it looks like in the middle of the course, we've got a little fight between Undine and Penn AC, a little battle of the Philly clubs throwing down. I'd say not much to choose between them. So a great little battle developing up there. Both these crews would be in the qualifying position, so you got Pride and Elaine on the line here.
Yeah, super tight racing, I'd say, between those two especially. The rest of the field definitely keeping contact and staying in it, but it looks like a lot of fun for these guys right now.
Yeah, you got to always wonder what's going through their heads again. Who's going to crack first? Who's going to – nobody wants to be the first guy to fold, but again, if you're racing 3-4 events in a lot of different times and you're already in that qualifying position, are you going to empty the tank for that lane? You never really know.
So Penn C making a little bit of a push now. Just about a half a length, maybe a touch more over Undine. So starting to answer now as they approach 500 or just reach about 500 to go.
Looks like we got a lot of power coming out of Boston University graduate Thaddeus Babiak in the bow of that boat. Big puddles from that drone.
Absolutely. And again, 2 spots to qualify, so it's looking like Penn AC and Undine making that statement right now in lanes 3 and 4.
Both these boats look like they're pretty in control. Nice calm rating, good spacing, nice rowing here in the tail. Looks like they're just trying to manage that qualifying spot, put together a nice complete piece.
And now well into the last 250. Penn AC and Undine for semifinal number 1, holding those 2 qualifying positions, doing nice work in this tailwind. And advantage to Penn AC as we come through in these final 20 or so strokes. Penn AC closest to shore in lane 3. A little bit less than a length or so advantage over Undine in lane 4. Just about a length now. It's Penn AC to win semifinal number 1.
All right, so it'll be Penn AC and Undine advancing to tomorrow's final in the race for the medals. Next event should be going off right about now. We have semifinal 2. Lanes 1 to 6, we have Potomac, Orion, Oklahoma City HP Center Composite, Undine, Potomac, and the New York Athletic Club. Again, we'll get that camera up there as fast as we can for you. We are running these races on these quick 7-minute centers this afternoon, trying to get a lot of high-quality racing. So every once in a while, we miss a little bit of the beginning or the end of a race. But we're doing the best we can. We got over 3 cameras operating today. We got a lot of great staff from USRowing. Our interns out here running the cameras, doing a great job. All right, it looks like we have a start in semifinal 2. Again, lanes near to far. We have Potomac, Orion, OKC, Undine, Potomac, and New York AC.
And this race now well underway. We can see these crews off the starting blocks and moving through the first 500 meters.
Looks like just a quick little issue with the camera there. Every once in a while we can have a camera just, we're following a lot of races, so just making sure that they're going back and forth. We're doing the best we can to make sure we get the most coverage for you. We get the drone flying right back up. We'll get that overhead any second now. But it looks like this race is coming in about 500 meters in. From what we can tell, looks like a pretty tight spread still. Again, this is top 2 advance to tomorrow's grand final. So they'll be looking to be in that 1-2 position and get that favorable lane and put themselves in a position to win a national championship tomorrow.
So now into the body of the race, into the second 500. Again, as Kyle mentioned, looking for those top 2 positions. So at the moment, this race will determine who will join Penn AC and Undine in tomorrow's final. This is the men's intermediate double semifinal number 2 of 3. And it looks like Potomac getting to work over in lane 5. We see their bow ball out, then Undine and OKC definitely sticking right in the mix as well. So this is a bit of a more tightly packed semifinal than perhaps what we saw in Semi 1. Absolutely exciting racing right now across the board.
Yeah, and like we've been saying all morning, a lot of these guys have been seeing each other in different boats throughout the week, whether it's in sweep or scull. A lot of these guys are rowing the single as well, so they get a lot of looks at each other. So again, that strategy of coming in, knowing who's got that speed at the start, the close, who's got that base rhythm. A lot comes in here as we have those 3 boats really duking it out for that 1-2 position.
And absolutely an exciting race right now happening for those top 2 qualifying positions.
Casey.
And nice racing right now between Undine and Oklahoma.
Looks like Oklahoma has about, what do you say, about a half a length?
Yep.
But it could be anybody's race at this point. Looks like OKC is in the best spot to qualify, but then right behind them, 2 crews duking it out. Nobody's out of it at this point as we roll through about 400 meters to go. Everybody's showing their cards here. Want to make sure they're getting into that final tomorrow.
But OKC making the best of it at the moment with just about that half a length advantage.
A big push here at Undine, though, really winding it up. They want to make sure that they get that favored lane tomorrow. Looks like they've brought the rate up 1 or 2, and they're putting the push in, but OKC seems to be responding at this point. Orion is falling back just a touch. It looks like it will be OKC and Undine as we come into the last 20 strokes here for that 1-2 position. But they're duking it out. The rates are coming up. We're seeing a lot of power out of these crews. Nobody wants to be the first to fold here at the line.
Definitely an exciting last 250, 200 meters right now. As you say, Kyle, we see the stroke rate start to come up in both of these 2 leading crews. So a really nice push right now from Undine.
And it looks like they're riding it up. Both crews throwing it all down here in the last 10 strokes. We'll have to get a look at the line here.
OKC trying to make a push back into Undine. A nice sprint from both of these doubles.
Very close. I'd give the edge just to OKC, maybe by a half a foot, but we'll have to check the camera on that one.
And Orion now coming into their final few strokes.
Both those crews will be into tomorrow's final, though. A great race by all crews, but especially those top 2 duking it out for that final position. We'll see them tomorrow in that grand final.
So up next is the men's intermediate double. It's semifinal number 3 of 3. So determining the last 2 doubles that will be in tomorrow's final with Penn AC, Undine again, and OKC. And that race is now underway. So in semifinal number 3, lane 1 is Texas, lane 2 Potomac, lane 3 Vesper, lane 4 unaffiliated USA, lane 5 OKC, and lane 6 Greenwich.
That's a great camera. All right, we have a start in this race. A great view from the start line here, and we'll pick up the crews as they roll through about 250. Looks like we have a clean start across the board, and it could be that unaffiliated crew or Vesper pushing their nose out in front in the middle of the course here. We'll get a better look as we go to the side camera in just a second here.
But certainly a nice clean start for all of these doubles as they approach 500 down.
You know what's great about this course too is that we have seen a little bit of wind today, but the course has been very resilient in terms of the water. Still very calm, very, very rowable. Overall, excellent conditions here today at Cooper River Park, especially after the major renovation they've done here. A lot of great things happening with the hardscape and the landscape here.
Yes.
A great place to row, a great place for USRowing to be back holding their national championships. Looks like we've got a parade of geese coming across the course too. So hopefully those referees can let them know who's in charge before some boats have to do some ramming.
Get some bread and feed these geese getting pulled off the course. And now moving through the body of the race, again, semifinal number 3, men's intermediate double. We saw Vesper and the USA boat in lanes 3 and 4 get out quick. We'll see as they get a little bit closer how margins have either changed or stayed the same. Right now, just about coming through the 1,000.
So again, looks like a tight field here in this final semifinal of the men's double. Top 2 advance for those last 2 spots in that medal final tomorrow. From here, I'd say we got Vesper, maybe a little bit out, and then that unaffiliated crew hot on their tails, but everybody's still in this race. A very tight spread across the field, lane 1 to 6.
Yeah, so far this is a pretty impressive semifinal. Totally agree. This is a pretty tightly packed race at the moment. Potomac right in it, Vesper, the USA boat, Oklahoma. Now just shy of the 500-meter mark to go, but it's a race for positions 1 and 2 to round out tomorrow's grand final.
All right, and we go to the overhead drone, and it is Vesper, hotly contested by that unaffiliated crew. But again, still about 750 meters to go here, and it's anybody's race for that last qualifying position into tomorrow's final. And it looks like the geese want to get on this too. Hopefully there's no interference with any boats. It looks like they've cleared out of the way. But that Vesper boat looking very strong. Nice rhythm, nice long rowing, looks in control. Just out there for a nice strong row down the course, setting themselves up for a nice final tomorrow.
Yeah, Vesper definitely out over the rest of the field right now in total control of this race. So of course they can see everyone behind them. And Kyle, as you said, they're rowing very long, powerful strokes right now. As they come into the last stretch of this race, it is Vesper, a really nice push right now coming from right in the middle of the course in lane 3. It's looking like it will be a race for second as we close in to the final 500.
Yeah, Vesper really stretching it out here in this last 500. I'd say they have at least 3-4 lengths open water on the field. But then, like you said, behind them, a lot can happen in this last 2 minutes of the race to see who wants to really get that last spot into tomorrow's final and put themselves in that position. Really heating up, especially on the outside there. We've got Greenwich, OKC, and unaffiliated really throwing down. Everybody wants to be in that final tomorrow. It's all going to be a matter of who can get their bow ball out in front here in these last 40 strokes. Who's got a little bit of room to go. Looks like on the far side especially, that Greenwich crew really bringing the rate up. They really want to get into that final tomorrow, putting a push on against that unaffiliated crew. It looks like they've started to close the gap, but I'd still say that lane 4 has the advantage. We'll see as they come into the last 250 here. We still have Vesper, our clear leader here, setting themselves up for a nice performance tomorrow.
A very nice push from Vesper now coming into the red buoy zone, into the last 250. Little bit of a lift maybe from the Vesper shell, but essentially on cruise control to solidify that qualifying spot. Should be a very exciting race for second, though. Some of the best and most excited racing, I think, comes out of these semifinals for this reason exactly. Right now, that second place position just behind Vesper is where all of these shells want to be to advance. It is absolutely Vesper now in their final 10 or so strokes, but it's looking pretty tight, Kyle, for these this last second place position.
Yeah, it looks like lane 4, Bickart and Belmonte have just a little bit on that far side of the Greenwich crew, but it's anybody's choice here. I'd say just by about a foot, the unaffiliated crew over the Greenwich crew, but a great race by all crews. Looked like we had all 6 crews there within 5 or 10 seconds. A great race overall. And it'll be a hot turnaround here. We got next race up, the men's intermediate 8. You can see the start line view here of this Vesper crew. 1 to 6, near to far, we have Baltimore, Riverfront Recapture, New York AC, Vesper, Mendota B, and the U17 racing team. And we have a clean start. You can see the Vesper crew here blasting off the line. And we'll pick this race up with the drone as soon as we can, sending it back there at lightning speed.
The big boats are fun.
A lot of energy in these boats. Lots of heat. A lot of big guys throwing down here. A lot of energy, a lot of force. Sometimes in the bow of these boats, you feel like you're getting catapulted right out of the shell.
And I also think, too, some of the rivalries in club rowing are a lot of fun as well right now. Watching Vesper and Nyack row right next to each other is very exciting in lanes 3 and 4. So again, the summertime and some of these summer races, certainly the club rowing field can be incredibly exciting and just fun to see these rivalries line up against each other.
Yeah, some people don't understand that these crews and these clubs have been around for over 100 years, 150 years, a lot of history, a lot of successful rowers, Olympians come through these programs, and it means a lot to make sure that you get your club out in front and represent your crew well. These 8s races, too, they tend to stay pretty tight and get pretty exciting as we get down towards the line, so we'll have to pick this up with the other camera and give you a better view of what's going on.
Definitely a nice start from Vesper, though. We've seen so far this afternoon some really great racing out of that club. And nice to see in lane 6, too, the under-17 racing team, the Ashland Composite C. So excellent to see some youth rowing in this event. And as you mentioned earlier, Kyle, some of these crews really racing up a class. So good by them to be in this race.
Yeah, Colleen, it's great to see these young athletes getting out here and getting after it. And, you know, like you said, racing up and getting out of their element, out of their comfort zone and testing themselves in these summer programs. And keeping the other guys honest. So it adds a lot to the racing. It does a lot for development. These guys can go back to their schools, their clubs, and it helps our college depth. It's just really positive overall.
And now coming through the 1,000.
It looks like in the center here we have Vesper and New York AC really pushing their boats out in front. But again, it's really close overall. And we have just 2 semifinals here, so you want to be in that top 3 position to make sure you make that final tomorrow so you can get yourself on that medal stand, or a position to be in that medal stand. So again, it'll be top 3 advance to tomorrow's final out of these 2 semis here. Now we go to the overhead view in the drone here, and we have, it looks like New York AC out in front, and Vesper, I'd say, is in the second position, but beyond them, it looks pretty close. I would give Riverfront Recapture that 3rd spot right now. But on the far side, Mendota and the U17 team really throwing down, getting themselves in the race here. And Baltimore by no means out of it either. So again, it looks like New York AC is your clear leader here, maybe even a splash of open over Vesper, who's bow stern over the rest of the field, fighting for that third qualifying position for tomorrow's final.
And Mendota, of course, out of Madison, Wisconsin. So presumably a good handful of Wisconsin guys in these boats. So nice to see, truly from all four corners of the country, good representation here at the Club Nationals.
What a great club that is too, Mendota. I know some guys from Wisconsin who have rode through there. Just a great summer program. A lot of fun, a lot of energy, and a lot of good things going on out there.
Especially too with how much kind of ice and cold they deal with. I think it's a really fun place to be rowing in the summer when it is warmer.
I think they do a nice job making up for it over the summer.
Yeah.
Having a lot of fun and doing a lot of racing, so good for them.
But man, look at Nyack now. They're on the go and not looking back now as we close into the last stretch of this race. Again, those three positions, 1, 2, and 3, where you want to be for the grand final tomorrow.
Yeah, very impressive rowing out of this Nyack boat. They're in control. They're out in front. They're dictating this race. And then again, it still looks like, I'd say, Vesper is the crew behind them, but behind them, that third qualifying position could be anybody's game here. As we come into the last 250, it's still Nyack in control, nice and long here. Vesper right behind them.
And it's a race for that third place position. Nyack out ahead, Vesper in second.
I'd say Riverfront Recapture is in that third spot right now, but that U17 team on the far side, they're really bringing it up. They want to get in the action.
Racing.
We'll see if they can make something happen in these last 10 strokes here, but it looks like Riverfront Recapture will get that last spot. As New York AC crosses the line, they'll win this semifinal, followed by Vesper. And that third qualifying position will be Riverfront Recapture. About 6 seats ahead of our U17 team. Great racing out of them. And rounding out the pack, Baltimore and Mendota. Great race all around, all boats. So again, we'll have New York AC, Vesper, and Riverfront Recapture moving on to tomorrow's final for the men's intermediate 8. And coming up next, you can see the start line already. We've got semifinal 2. Near the far, lane 1, we have the U18 High Performance Team Composite, Riverside, Potomac, Mendota, Vesper, and the U18 B Squad, the HP team. Although I bet that a lot of them would not be happy about that B label, and they want to make a statement in this racing, show who's in charge.
And a beautiful shot right now up at the start of the Mendota Boat Club over in lane 4. So again, we see a few Wisconsin visors.
Very strange too. It looks like this Mendota boat is rowing without a 7 seat. I'm not sure what's going on there. It seems to be somebody missing in the boat. We'll have to see what the deal is there. Oh no, now we can see the sunglasses. But very interesting choice of uniform. And it looks like we're about to have a start here, and they're off. All right, firing away.
Oh, I love the big boats. They're so fun. Beautiful shot off the start. Again, still with the camera on Mendota. Very aggressive start.
These guys want to get out there right away. Looks like a pretty clean start out of Mendota. As the other crews come into view, we'll get a better idea of what's going on with the rest of the field. But again, these 8 starts, it's a drag race. It's about how high, how hard can you go and get your bow ball in front and hang on there for the whole 2,000 meters. So again, we have Mendota here. Next to them, we have Potomac and Vesper.
There's Vesper.
There's that Vesper boat, stroked by Gunther Reed. Looks like on the other side, too, we have that Potomac boat coming into view. Looks like a clean start all across the board here as we roll through the first 250. We're flying that drone back up there as fast as we can for you. We'll get the overhead view and have a better idea of what's going on with the other boats.
Nice shot at the moment of Potomac, Mendota, and Vesper in lanes 3, 4, 5. Again, this is semi-final number 2 of 2. So we're looking for those top 3 qualifying positions, just as we were in the last race. And still pretty tightly packed, I think, in the first 500.
Again, these eights race, it's anybody's game, especially first 2-3 minutes. You can only get so much of a margin. It's anybody's race at this point to be in that top 3 position to race again tomorrow in that grand final. You know that's what they're all thinking about. These eights races too, they go by very quick. Next thing you know, they're going to be rolling through 1,000 meters and winding it up to bring it home. We should have that drone there for you any second now. If I had to guess from this view, it looks like that Mendota boat is having a pretty good race.
Yeah.
Vesper next to them, having a nice piece. And the UAT team, I would not count them out of this either.
And so this Mendota boat is the Mendota A boat. In semifinal number 1, we saw the Mendota B boat. So this one moving at a bit faster of a clip here. And Kyle, as you say, it looks like they could be our leaders, but we'll see as the drone gets a little bit closer in just a moment.
All right, now we switch to that overhead view. And again, we can see the center of the course here. A nice race developing. Looks like we've got Mendota and Vesper really duking it out. But behind them, anybody's race still for that third qualifying position. Should be a nice, exciting 1,000 meters here to wrap this up. So we got 18, Riverside.
That's Riverside.
Potomac coming up here. Looks like they're in that second position, right behind Mendota. Really duking it out, that strong Potomac club out of Washington, D.C. And actually, I'd say they might even be out just by a bow ball now over the Mendota crew, Potomac. And on the inside, the U18 team, excuse me, really putting in a strong push here. They want to be in that final tomorrow. They want to roll the big boys, and actually they're closing the gap even on Mendota. So I'd say right now we have Potomac, Mendota, and the UAT team rolling in for those top 3 positions, and right behind them we've got that Vesper boat. So 4 boats here, 3 spots, and about 600 meters to go. So we'll see who's got gas in the tank, who's got another gear to spend, and see what they can do in these last 500 meters here.
And really exceptional too, I think, for the U18 boat. Again, these guys are a bit younger than the rest of the field, but to see them, especially moving in the body of the race, which is really where a rowing race will demand fitness. So very impressive, especially to see them kind of get off the line, but really start to build speed, build momentum, prove their fitness, and as you said, Kyle, really keep their bow ball in it as they start to really push away Vesper, I think, as we close in with 500 to go.
Especially too for a lot of these guys still racing multiple races over multiple days in the heat. A lot of toughness here, a lot of spirit, a lot of fitness being shown by these guys competing all the way down the course, making sure that they can get into those positions to be in that final tomorrow and earn those medals. So it looks like we got about 250 meters to go. Potomac, Vesper, U18, Mendota, 4 boats, 3 spots, 30 strokes to go.
And
it looks like it's still Potomac in front. The UAT team, very impressive performance out of them. They look very strong on the inside here. Still have that Vesper boat in contention, still have Mendota in contention. Again, 4 boats, 3 spots. Somebody's going home. 20 strokes to go. The UAT team on the inside really bringing it up. I'd say they're going to take this. Them and Potomac for 1-2. Riverside and U18 for the other.
Riverside,
and it's Potomac, U18, and Mendota. I'd say Mendota about a foot or 2 over Riverside. All right, folks, a great conclusion of that men's 8 event. Next, we have the women's intermediate lightweight double semifinal 1. 2 semifinals of this event, so it'll be top 3 to advance. Close to far, lane 1 to 6, we have GMS, Y Quad Cities Composite, Vesper, GMS again, Litchfield Hills, and Newport Seabase Composite. So again, that's close to far. We have a start in this race. Looks like they're about 400 meters in. Looks like a clean start overall. One boat just a little bit in those buoys there. Hopefully they can get back on track and get driving down the course. But it looks like a nice start overall. Again, we're sending that drone up as fast as we can, and we'll pick that race up for you as soon as we have it.
And Y Quad Cities, an impressive sculling boat club. So we'll be interested to see in this women's intermediate lightweight double how they place, but definitely some really good sculling, particularly in the quad coming out of Y Quad Cities.
It's great to see all these sculling programs really adding a lot of depth to American sculling. It's seeing a lot more juniors sculling, a lot more development of that side of the sport, and it's great to see. It adds a lot of durability to rowers, and just the ability to go out in a single enhances your ability to train as an individual and to train anywhere you want too. It's a great skill to have, and it's great to see a lot of kids getting into these small boats and into sculling. Folks, also, if you haven't had a chance yet, make sure you find your way down to our finish line area here. We got a lot of great vendors. We've got some USRowing tents, some apparel. Make sure you get down here, check out all the great stuff, all the great folks down here. You can renew your membership, you can buy some merchandise. There's a lot of great folks down hanging around at the grandstand. You can network and mingle and find all your old coaches and teammates and all that great stuff. So make sure you come on down to the grandstand. We also have free sunscreen at the USRowing tent. Critical
Wow.
today in the heat and the sun. You don't want to get burned, especially if you're racing. So come on down. And then for those of you watching at home, USRowing.org, you can purchase all that great equipment online as well.
Wonderful.
All right, so we go to the overhead view here, and it looks like we have 3 crews kind of separating from the field for that qualifying position. I'd say we have Y-City Quad, Vesper, and GMS in that 1, 2, 3 position.
And a nice push from GMS over in lane 4. Y Quad Cities as well, Vesper right in between GMS and Y Quad Cities.
And yeah, as we roll through about 1,000 meters, it looks like these 3 crews in control of the qualifying positions. But again, a lot of racing, a lot of water still to be rowed. A lot can change in this final 1,000, but as of now, these 3 crews look to be pretty in control. Nice long rhythm here. That Y quad boat is really looks nice and long, in control. I'd say they have about a half-length lead here on the overhead cam.
And
that nice red boat stroking along here. Again, all 3 of these boats look like they're nice and control. It'll be interesting to see if anyone tries to throw something at anybody to get in that get that better lane seating for tomorrow. But again, at this point, it looks like these 3 boats are in the best qualifying position for tomorrow's final.
And again, with 2 semifinals for the women's intermediate lightweight double, it is top 3 to advance. So positions 1, 2, and 3. It's looking like Y Quad, GMS, and Vesper at the moment. And now well into the last 500, approaching the red buoy line. Y Quad Cities making a nice push with just about a 1 length lead or so over GMS, with Vesper nestled right in between them, Vesper sitting 3rd. And Y quad now up about a length over GMS. Just maybe breaking into open water now. And now well into the last 250 for the women's intermediate lightweight double semifinal number 1 of 2. It's looking like Y Quad Cities, GMS, and Vesper to advance to the final, those top 3 positions. Again, great sculling coming out of Y Quad Cities, and right now they are making the best of it in these last 20, 25 strokes.
Y Quad Cities, they had a great result at the Youth National Championships as well. So a lot of great sculling coming out of that program. A lot of good things going on. So that's great to see. Hopefully some of the college coaches here are taking note of these great young athletes and what they can do for your program down the line.
It's definitely a skill to be able to row these smaller boats like the double and of course the pair. To translate into some of the collegiate bigger boats like the 8 and even the 4. So definitely
Absolutely.
agree. And here comes lane number 2, Y Quad Cities to take first in the women's intermediate lightweight double semi 1.
And right behind them we have GMS and Vesper, nice and controlled across the line. And then another GMS boat here. Great effort out of them. Finishing off the race here. And on the far side, we have Litchfield Hills and Newport Sea-Based Composite. A great race out of them as they finish up this race as well. All right, folks, next up, we'll take you back up to the starting line. And we'll have semifinal 2 of the women's intermediate lightweight double for the last 3 spots in tomorrow's final. Near the far, lane 1 to 6, we'll have Resilient Boat Club, Newport Sea-Based Composite, Vesper, Pittsburgh Composite, the Steel City, Wayland Weston, and Undine Barge Club, another Philly contender. So we'll have a lot of action in this, but looks like we have a start already. A clean start all across the board. In the center here, lanes 3 and 4, we have Vesper and the Pittsburgh Composite. Looks like they may have poked their bow just a little bit out in front, but again, anybody's race here, you got to be top 3 at the finish line. That's all that matters for tomorrow.
Ooh, maybe a little bit of a steering issue here.
Uh-oh, yeah.
But
nothing they can't recover from.
There we
Looks
go.
like they've gotten back on track here. Sometimes you just have to take the scenic route, and as long as you get your bow ball across the line first, nobody's going to ask any questions.
It's true.
It's
Very,
only
very
when you take a little bit of a ping pong course and then you end up on the wrong side of things. Sometimes it gets a little bit dramatic or stressful towards the end, but as long as you make it happen,
Yep.
it's all good.
And of course, these boats are challenging to steer. In fact, we see maybe another potential steering issue, though. Looks like they're correcting course now. But they are tough to steer. So the bow seat, the person sitting behind the person setting the rhythm, it's their job to steer with their foot. So not only are they racing and following the rhythm of the person that's right in front of them, they're also steering. So it's no small feat to go completely straight with 2 people for 2,000 meters.
Yeah, and as you know, too, a lot of times when you have these boats racing 5-6 times over a week or over a weekend, the equipment can be used by a lot of different people, which is great. You get a lot of racing in, but also sometimes you might hop into a boat real quick and realize that it's not set up the way you had it last time, or the steering might be a little loose or a little tighter than you're used to.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, that can be very frustrating if you're having a little bit of difficulty steering. It's important to stay relaxed there and focus on your racing. But again, multitasking there and making sure that you're staying centered and matching pressure, very important to make sure you're on that shortest course. You don't want to add meters to your race. You're already working hard enough.
Absolutely. And right now, it looks like Vesper making the best of it over in lane 3. The nice lead really over the rest of the field right now. Vesper totally in control of this lightweight double.
And then I'd say right behind them, we've got Pittsburgh and Newport Sea Base in 2-3 position for that qualification. But right behind them, we got Wayland Weston. They want to get in this third spot here. And again, we still have a lot of water to be rowed, about 800 meters to go. And it could be anybody's race for that third spot in tomorrow's final.
Another impressive Vesper shell. Again, we've seen great racing out of that club this afternoon so far. Right now, they are holding the lead over the field. But Kyle, as you rightly say, Wayland Weston trying to really keep their bow ball in it. That third place position so critical as the top three will advance. So Vesper, Pittsburgh, Newport, Wayland Weston keeping their bow ball in it as well. That's what it's looking like just about mid-race, a little bit further than that.
You know, Pittsburgh is a great city to row. I think it's a lot of people don't. You think of rowing, you think of Boston, Philly, maybe some of the newer spots like Seattle. Not new, those aren't new, but those are the hot spots now. Seattle, San Francisco, San Diego. You know, a lot of places. Pittsburgh, you know, the Three Rivers, great club there. A lot of action, a lot of bridges. Great riverfront down there. You got all the parks, PNC Park, Heinz Field. A great city to train, a great city to row. Great to see them out here today and fighting for a spot for tomorrow's final.
Absolutely.
As we go back to the overhead camera here, this drone, again, unbelievable. The technology today, how you can just fly a drone over a lake. We can get this great overhead footage of these crews. Looks like as we come into the last 500 meters here, we still have Vesper, and then again behind them, 3 crews, 2 spots. Who wants it? Who's got that extra gear? Who can make it happen in these last 40 strokes and get themselves into that final tomorrow?
And a really nice push from Wayland Weston. Great to see them really staying in the race, keeping their bow ball in it, challenging Pittsburgh. Looks like they've maybe made a little bit of a push over the last couple hundred meters, though Pittsburgh still holds the advantage over them. So right now it is looking like Vesper, Newport, and Pittsburgh to advance, but Wayland Weston certainly not to be left out. And now coming into the last 300 or so, just shy of the 250, Vesper in total control. It's top 3 to advance, and it's looking like a pretty tightly packed field with Vesper in control.
I'd say right behind them, we got that Newport Sea Base crew having a nice row over in lane 2. And then on the far side, Pittsburgh and Wayland Weston. From here, I'd give a slight edge to Pittsburgh, but Wayland Weston really bringing it up on the far side. They want to be in that third position. Still about 20, 30 strokes to go, so we'll see if Pittsburgh can hold them off. But it's still all Vesper in the center here, bringing it home, followed by Newport Sea Base. And then Pittsburgh still trying to hold off Wayland Weston as we come into the last 10 strokes here. And it's Vesper, your winners. Newport Sea Base in 2. And it looks like we'll have Pittsburgh by about a seat or 2 over Wayland Weston at the line for that third spot for tomorrow. So again, we'll have Vesper, Newport, and Pittsburgh moving on to tomorrow's final for the medals. And folks, next, already at the start line, you got this great view. We have the women's intermediate Coxed 4, semifinal 1. We have 3 semifinals in this event, so it'll be top 2 to advance to tomorrow's final. Near to far, TBC, Vesper B, U19 Women's Selection Camp, Ready Set Row, TBC Racing, and Ready Set Row C. So it should be a great race. We'll get that off any second now. Looks like we're got a view of the Ready Set Row crew here.
And
Ready Set Row. What a great name for a club.
What a great name.
Probably very confusing at the starting line though, if they're calling out 2 crews named Ready Set Row.
Yeah. They are now sitting ready. So the Cox Fours, I think, as a former coxswain, a pretty fun event to be in this type of a race. You can see these coxswains are nestled into the bow, so these are bow loader fours, which means that the coxswain is actually laying down in the bow, and he or she is steering typically with kind of like one plastic stick. So if he or she pushes it to the right, they'll go right, and then left.
Looks
So
like a
what that
great
means
start.
is that it's actually pretty easy to steer. You just kind of set it straight, and you get to cruise down this full buoyed course and kind of have this really cool sight of the course that you wouldn't have in an 8.
Yeah, Colleen, I always loved the Cox Ford too because especially some of the older ones, the wires ran up along the side of the boat so that the rowers could really mess with the coxswain by
Yes,
tugging on them one way or
yeah.
the other. And not that I ever did that, but
Yeah, they could. Sometimes getting clothing stuck on the wires and all that stuff. So this is probably pretty fun for these coxswains right now to just set that rudder straight and take it to the line.
that first person view up there in the bow loader. Looks like a nice clean start here in this race. Again, near to far, lane 1 to 6, we have TVC C, Vesper C, U19 Women's Selection Camp C, Ready Set Row, TBC Racing, and Ready Set Row C.
So Ready Set Row has a good number of entries. Looks like they have some good depth on that team. So Ready Set Row is a summer rowing camp for women, for girls. And it sounds like they're out of Massachusetts, so North Andover, Mass. So great to see that depth and to see them entered at the 2018 Club Nationals.
Always great to have crews out here racing from all over the country, getting kids and really everybody active in the sport and getting them out here to throw down here in New Jersey. It's great to see, especially when you have great weather like this weekend. It's just great to be out here.
So it looks like there's perhaps a line of geese crossing the course, but hoping that they will stay out of the way. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But typically they do. So far, no interference from the geese that we can see at least.
You know, I know there's a lot of great wildlife here, but you know, does anybody really like geese? I'm not really sure. They're really an overrated animal, I think. You know, I'm not really sure
Not in rowing, that's
how
for
many
sure.
fans they have in the rowing community
Yeah, not in
between
rowing.
the nice deeds they do to the docks and the traffic that they like to cause in the waterways. You know, I wouldn't name them the official animal of
No.
U.S. rowing by any means,
No.
but they're here, so we'll accommodate. As we
And
go to that overhead view now,
it's looking like everybody is in the clear now, well into the body of the race.
looks like that U19 women's selection camp really throwing down. Ready, set, row right in there as well as that Vesper crew.
Yeah, the U19 women's selection camp boat, no surprise, but absolutely a lot of power there. We now see them as our leader in the body of this race. I'd say Ready, Set, Row, just about a half a length or so maybe behind them. And then open water back to Vesper, who sits in third.
Again, great to see these young athletes out here racing up, rowing in a lot of different types of boats too, doubling up, tripling up in different events, higher events. It's great experience for them. It does a lot for them for development that'll help our teams going forward, and it adds a lot to the event as a whole. It's great to see them out here, so good for them. Looks like we're rolling through about 1,000 meters here. Still the same sort of setup. Again, we have 3 semifinals in this event, so you got to be in that top 2 position if you want to race tomorrow for the final.
And right now, I'd say pretty consistent margins for what we've seen over the past few hundred meters. So that means that the U19 women's selection camp boat is still leading. I'd say Ready, Set, Row still maybe a little more than a half a length behind them by this point, perhaps just about bow to stern. But from the drone shot, it looks like they still have contact, but perhaps just starting to lose it. So I take that back. It actually looks like maybe the U23 women's selection camp boat is starting to increase their speed just a bit. And now the U19 boat decidedly sitting one length up over Ready, Set, Row in lane 4. So those are our two leading crews. And in the women's intermediate 4, there are 3 semifinals. So that means the top 2 boats will advance to the final. Right now it's looking like that's the U19 boat and the Ready, Set, Row boat with about 500 meters to go. So we saw a nice push from Vesper earlier in the race. It looks like they've maybe fallen off the pace just a bit. The U19 boat now breaking into open water over second place Ready, Set, Row, as these coxed 4s come through just shy of 250 to go. And the U19 boat still leading.
Great for them. It looks like a great row out in front. They look in control. They look confident. Great for these young women to be out here racing against some older competitors. But a great race from them. Looks like they're setting themselves up for a nice lane tomorrow in that medal final.
And a lot of fun, too, for these women who will either row together in college or against each other in college. I think some of the relationships you form kind of in these camps are really, really neat and fun as you kind of go through collegiate rowing and get to compete against some of your friends.
It's interesting you say that. When I think the last time I raced at a club nationals at this race, I was rowing for some club out of Poughkeepsie, Hudson River Rowing Association, and we had a race. And next thing I know, 8 guys from BU were in that race, in that same heat. And I never knew until my junior year.
So fun.
You never even realize
So
these
fun.
things.
And there
So
they
it looks
go,
like
now coming
that
through the line.
U19 team, they have won this semifinal. And behind them, it's close. Vesper putting in a push. But it will be Ready, Set, Row for that second qualifying spot, and Vesper in third. Behind them, the crews from TBC. And on the outside, Ready, Set, Row C. So a great race by all the crews.
And up next is the women's intermediate 4. It's semifinal 2, and it is well underway.
All right, near to far in this one, lane 1 to 6, we have the U18 team, U18 girls high performance team, Potomac, the U19 women's selection camp, CRI, New York AC, and Greenwich. So in this event, we have both the U19 women's selection camp and the U18 girls high performance team. There's a lot of new clubs and teams and a lot going on in junior rowing. USRowing has done a great job expanding the opportunities for our young athletes. We've gone from a system where you just kind of had the junior team and the development camp, and now we have the junior team selection camp. They do sculling, they do sweeping. We have the high performance team. We have the U17 high performance team, the U18 high performance team in development camps, the Canamex crew that's racing in Mexico now. A lot of great summer opportunities for our junior athletes to go to US rowing camps and teams and race internationally or race in these high profile domestic regattas, get a lot of experience, row with a lot of other great guys and girls from all over the country, get that experience, make those connections. Helps develop our coaching too, because we get to send coaches to these events to coach these kids, see what other coaches are doing, what's going on at other crews. It's a great overall, a lot of positive stuff coming out of that. In addition to all our great clubs that we have, so there's a lot of great racing opportunities for our athletes in the summer, and it's just great to see it balloon the way it has.
Totally agree, and I know this, of course, is a sweep event, but we talked a little bit about sculling earlier and why Quad Cities, for example. I think, Kyle, you even mentioned Seattle. I think Seattle and Y Quad Cities, we're seeing a lot of really good sculling out of those teams, and I think, too, that's really influencing youth rowing, so it's not just the big boats and the four necessarily anymore, but the depth and the variety of events has gotten stronger. But for now, we are in the sweep event. So the women's intermediate four semifinal number 2, and we're just now picking up the drone shot so we can start to take a closer look at margins.
So it looks like the U19 women's selection camp has kind of put their foot down here. They've got, I'd say, at least a length open on the field. Behind them, I'd say it's CRI for that second position. Again, that critical second spot. You want to make sure you're in that top 2 so you can advance through to tomorrow's final. But we still have about 500 meters to go. Again, it's the U19 selection camp boat. They're out in front, but behind them, a lot of action. Could be anybody's spot for that last qualifying spot into the final tomorrow.
And I'll be interested to see what Greenwich gets up to as well in this women's intermediate 4. Greenwich as a team had a really nice showing at Youth Nationals, at least in the 8. They finished behind Saugatuck, so a really nice race there, a few seconds behind Saugatuck. So great work from Saugatuck, but from Greenwich as well. So now in the Coxed 4, we'll be interested to see what they get up to. But for now, as you rightly say, it is the U19 women's selection camp who are really making the best of this semifinal number 2.
Yeah, Greenwich, a great program out of Connecticut there. A lot of great stuff going on there. All these clubs, Potomac, the selection of the high performance team, CRI, great huge club out of Boston, New York AC. A lot of great things going on at all these clubs. A lot of great opportunities for our junior and under 23 and even senior and masters rowers at all these clubs. So it's great to see how they've developed over the years. And as we come into the last 250 here, again, U19 women's 4, dominating performance. I'd say 3-4 lengths of open water. They're in control. They're comfortable. Behind them, I'd still give the edge to CRI. But on the inside here, Potomac and the under 18 high performance camp, they want to get into this final. About 20-25 strokes to go. I'd still say it's CRI. But Potomac really pouring it on here. They want to see if they can get their bow ball out in front. The U19 women's selection camp, they've crossed the line. They'll win this semifinal. Behind them, it looks like CRI is going to get that second qualifying spot. About 3 strokes to the line. And it's CRI for the second spot. And behind them, Potomac and the U18 development team, high performance team, excuse me. Then wrapping it up on the outside, we have Greenwich and the New York Athletic Club. Colleen, like you were saying too, especially with these smaller boats, whether it's sweep with the pair or even the 4, and the sculling with the single and the double and the quad, it's great for these smaller clubs to kind of get off the ground a lot faster too. If they can put together a few stud athletes into one of those boats and have a great performance at a regional or a national regatta, really get their name out there and help get those kids, it gets that process going so much quicker. And having those events really developed in the U.S. is really positive overall.
Yeah, 100%, and it means that it's not really just the 8 necessarily that everybody's chasing after, although that's still an important category for all youth regattas. I think it just gives a lot of depth and really rounds out the full program.
Absolutely. And now we go on to the third and final semifinal of the women's intermediate 4. Near to far, lane 1, we have the U18 girls high performance team B, Riverside B out of Boston, the U19 women's selection camp, Cincinnati Juniors composite, the Minnesota development camp, and the Row West Racing Camp. So we have a start in that race. Looks like they're about 500 meters in. We're picking up the drone camera now. And it looks like lane 3, your U19 women's selection camp again, throwing down. It looks like they've already established almost a length lead over Cincinnati Juniors Composite in that second qualifying position. So again, very impressive out of this U19 women's selection camp. A lot of great racing coming out of them, as we would expect from the selection camp. So for those of you wondering what all these camps are, the selection camp is what actually selects the U19 national team. So the girls that are invited to that camp, they go to, I believe it's in Connecticut. I could be wrong though. Hopefully no one comes up here and tells me that I'm wrong. But they all go to a great camp, and they throw down. There's a lot of selection going on, a lot of racing, and from that group comes the under 19 women's national team. And so to have athletes from that group coming out here and racing is great to have. Adds a lot of depth to these events. And as you would expect, they're having some pretty impressive performances. But again, Cincinnati Juniors right behind them in that second spot. And then really nobody's out of it still with about 1,000 meters to go behind that.
And the U19 camp, Kyle, as you rightly say, definitely a lot of tough racers in there, but also, too, with the selection process, they're doing a lot of seat racing, just kind of internally within their team to determine what the fastest combination of girls are for whatever boat. So they are out there practicing, a couple times a day at least, and probably a weight workout maybe a few times a week, and then just on the water really continuing to develop those racing skills, and totally apparent right now as they are in clear control of this race. But a nice push from Cincinnati Juniors too over in lane 4, and that's a great youth program as well. So really, really strong racing now coming down the line in this semifinal number 3. It is top 2 to round out that final for tomorrow. And right now it's looking like it is definitely the U19 women's selection camp and perhaps the Cincinnati Juniors, though there's still time. And these crews now moving towards the last 500. And the last stretch of this race, a really nice shot here from the drone. And now well into the last 500, semifinal number 3 in the women's intermediate 4. So again, this is a coxed event. So as they get a little closer to shore, you will see probably just the hat or the top of the head of these coxswains kind of poking up because they are laying down in the bow and steering from there. Just a much more aerodynamic position than really sitting up in the front of the stern like you'd see in the 8, or back in the day, some of those coxed 4s did have the coxswain in the stern.
And like you were saying earlier about the steering, everybody loves to hate on the coxswain sometimes when things go wrong in that department, but in these coxed 4s, I think they're you like to have somebody with a nice eye on the course and to have that control.
Absolutely.
So again, this U19 women's selection camp, dominating performance coming down in lane 3 here. But behind them, about 300 meters to go. And again, there's one spot behind them. And who really wants it? I'd say right now it's still the Cincinnati Juniors. But here on the inside, that U18 women's high performance team B, they're winding it up. They want to get in the action. About 20, 30 strokes to go, and we'll see if they can wind it up and catch that Cincinnati Juniors crew before they run out of room. And they're really getting after it. We got a power bucket rig in that boat. They've jacked the rate up, as has Cincinnati. Both crews really throwing down. Can somebody find a new gear and shift speed one more time? That's going to be the question in these last 20 strokes here. And our U19 women's selection camp, they have won this semifinal. And with about 10 strokes to go, I'd say Cincinnati is in that second qualifying position. A great effort out of the under 18 women's high performance team. But they're going to come up just short, as Cincinnati Juniors will get that second qualifying position. So the U19 women's selection camp and Cincinnati Juniors, those will be your 2 crews moving on to tomorrow's final in the women's intermediate semifinal, or women's intermediate 4. All right, folks, up next, the men's intermediate pair, semifinal one. There are 3 semifinals in this event, so you want to be top 2. You got to be in that 1-2 position if you want to row tomorrow for the finals. You can see a pair out of Washington in the camera now. So near to far, lane 1 to 6, we have the New York Athletic Club, Mendota, Seattle area. That's what you're looking at now with the Washington tanks. Miami Composite, New York, and TBC Racing. So these pairs, we got a lot of collegiate guys in these events too. Again, the pair, smaller boat. The rowers are responsible for the steering. There's no coxswain in the straight pair. So sometimes that can get a little interesting in some of these races. But a little bit longer race, a little bit tougher boat to row. So we'll look to see some great racing out of these guys any second now. It looks like they're about to get off the line.
And one of the things I absolutely love about the pair is that it is a difficult boat to row. And Kyle, you would know this better than I, but these guys have to be totally matched up to get this boat, number 1, to go straight, and number 2, to get it to really move. So it's a boat that takes a lot of skill. It translates very nicely into an 8. And right now it looks like that Seattle club that we see the cameras on right now is doing a very nice job going fast and hard and keeping the boat running.
Yeah, great job out of all these pairs here, getting off the line nice and clean, nice and hard. As you said, the pair, a much more difficult boat to row. There's really nowhere to hide. I've had a lot of high blood pressure rows in the pair. It's always been a boat that you need to be on your game to make sure that it's working well. It's great to have these guys out here racing these smaller boats, developing those finer boat skills. And again, it looks like we have a nice clean start across the board here. Some nice rowing out of these boats. And as we get down the course, it'd be great to see how this race develops. A lot of talent, a lot of toughness in these crews. So we'll see who can duke it out for the full 2,000 meters.
And a really nice course from the Seattle team right now. Maybe a little bit of steering trouble in the Miami Composite boat, but definitely still within their lane. But as we mentioned earlier with the doubles, the same holds true for these pairs. The bow man is steering the boat with his foot, so he's keeping his head up and watching the buoy line in front of him to keep that as straight as possible, and to keep his boat really right in between the lane, going down as straight as possible. Of course, the shortest distance between the start and the finish is a nice straight line. So everybody so far, though, really staying in their lanes. And as we said, this is not an easy boat to row, so no small feat. Right now, though, we're coming through the first stretch of this race, definitely through the first 500. And we'll see margins as we get that nice drone shot.
And again, it looks like there is a little bit of a pickup in the wind here. Wind hasn't been too bad today. Again, the water has still been great, but a little bit of a tailwind here, and then a few gusts every now and then. And that can be a little bit more challenging in these smaller boats, especially when you don't have a coxswain. So we do see some of these guys just clipping a buoy here or there. Important to stay relaxed. Sometimes you can get wrapped up in those buoys. It can get frustrating. So good for these guys to be still throwing down. So it looks like that Seattle area pair, they're out in front, I'd say, what, 4 or 5 lengths. They're having a great row here, in control. But behind them, it's a lot of action. A little bit of a steering issue on that outside there. Looks like they're starting to get that figured out and get back into it. But very close racing for that second qualifying spot. Right now, I'd probably give it to the Miami Composite. But that Mendota crew, they're right there too. And still about 1,000 meters to go. And in a pairs race, that's a long time. A lot can happen.
But the Seattle boat looking just excellent now in the body of the race. Again, we saw from the camera shot that really nice start that they had. That very even keeled kind of start that was able to get their boat speed up to pace and to really get them a nice advantage pretty early on. So they are now cruising out in the lead. Again, this is semifinal number 1 of 3, so it's the top 2 to advance. So the real drama happening in that race for second place.
And in that far side, it looks like we have a little bit of steering with these crews in the wind. Again, this pair, very difficult boat to make sure that you're staying both together and connected, but also straight and narrow down the track. So a little maneuvering in all these crews. Again, Seattle area still way out there. Very impressive rowing out of them. But behind them, the field's pretty tight. And like I was saying, a lot of maneuvering, some bobbles here and there with a little bit of the wind here and that steering issue. So you never really know what can happen in this last 500 here. But again, that Seattle area crew from Washington, very nice performance out of them so far. It looks like they're in a strong position to win this semifinal.
Making it look easy. So keeping an eye of the Miami composite boat and Mendota, as all of these crews now move through the last 500 and try to claim that second place qualifying spot. Looks like it certainly will be Seattle. They're now into the last 250. But we'll see as these guys get a little bit closer exactly where margins stand for that second place spot.
And it looks like on the inside here, New York Athletic Club, they may have positioned their bow ball into that second place position. In fact, right now, I'd say they're in position to get that second qualifying spot for tomorrow's final. Again, Seattle, they've shut it down to a Sunday paddle as they come across the line. Nice and long, nice and strong, saving energy for tomorrow and their other races. That's smart as they cruise across the line here. And behind them in lane one, we have the New York Athletic Club. A little bit of steering here. Again, all the crews with this wind and in the pair, it can be difficult to make sure that you're staying right between the navigational beacons. But this New York Athletic Club pair, looks like they are going to take that second spot here right behind that Seattle crew and just ahead of the Mendota crew.
Shoot.
So great racing all around there. Again, tough conditions for these smaller boats in the pairs. You know, like we were saying, the pair, a very difficult boat to row, especially when Mother Nature likes to throw you some swirly winds. But everybody did a great job managing it. We had some great racing, impressive performance from that Seattle crew. And we'll take you back up to the start. We had the drone view already, semifinal 2 of the men's intermediate pair, near to far. So on the screen from your left to your right, we've got TBC, New York, or sorry, that's the last one. We have Baltimore, Greenwich, Cal Berkeley Development Camp, Seattle area, Mendota, and another Mendota crew. So should be some great racing here. A lot of great clubs, a lot of great coaches, a lot of great athletes. So we should have some exciting racing in this event. Again, top 2 to tomorrow's final.
And we talked about the importance of kind of that symmetry in the pair. It looks like out of the Baltimore boat, we perhaps have a set of brothers, R. Jones and T. Jones. So a lot of the most successful pairs, really even on the national level, have been siblings. So pretty neat to see, and I'll be interested to see that Baltimore pair as they come a little bit closer.
Absolutely. You think of Ross and Grant James, the twins, in the pair.
Nice guys.
Can't think of a much better pair partner than a twin brother. You know, it's kind of, you wonder though sometimes when the pair's not going too well and it's your own brother, right? You know, how do you handle that one? It's kind of like the
complain to your mom. That's
yeah,
what you
right?
do, Kyle. You complain to your mom.
It's like Venus and Serena Williams.
Yeah.
You know, who's if they're doubles partners? A lot can go into that.
It can. And those guys were out of Mendota, or out of Wisconsin. So, of course, 2 very successful Olympic rowers, Olympic brothers.
Absolutely. Great guys overall as well.
Mm-hmm. So right now we see the drone shot in kind of the body of the race now.
Again, great to have this drone, and what a beautiful view of this this lake here, as they've really done a great job at this course, dredging the whole course out, renovating a lot of the side of the course and developing the area very well. It's always been a great venue for rowing, and it's great that they've really enhanced it even more to make it continue to be a great rowing venue for U.S. rowing, collegiate championships, collegiate races, scholastic races, a whole bunch of great different races we have throughout the year for many years to come. So great to have this great facility and this great venue.
And so it looks like the California Berkeley Dev Camp, definitely one of our leaders, along with Seattle, Mendota keeping their bow ball in it as well. Then on the far side, Baltimore and Greenwich. So out of 3 semis, again, top 2 to move on.
But you better believe those guys in the California and Seattle boats aren't going to be satisfied for qualifying. They're going to want to make sure that they get ahead of the guys from the opposing schools, definitely. So hopefully we'll see some great developments in that in the last 500 meters here.
Yeah, there's a little Cal-Washington battle, I think, going on in lanes 3 and 4.
Do they have a rivalry? I think.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
I know there's a good rivalry on the West Coast
yeah.
there. 2 great programs out there on the West Coast. Produce a lot of great rowers, and great to have them out here with some development crews as well.
So far everyone has done a really nice job steering their shells. So some less steering issues perhaps than we saw in semifinal number 2. And in fact, these guys are now already moving into the last 250.
And it looks like it's the California crew well out in front, having a nice row here.
California's in it too.
Scratch that Seattle crew, but California right behind them.
Yeah. And a very nice push from Seattle now coming in through to the last 20 strokes or so. Seattle with an open water lead over California. And a little bit of a lift in the stroke rate, so it looks like these guys are executing on at least somewhat of a sprint. Seattle now taking their bow ball through the line in lane 3. Followed by lane 4, California Berkeley Dev Camp to take second.
And we were just talking about that rivalry. I'm sure I really pleased a lot of people by mixing up those 2 crews, but they're both on to tomorrow's final, so they'll get another swing at each other. Great racing by all the crews here in this second semifinal of the men's intermediate pair. All right, and we've already got a start in the third and final semifinal of the men's intermediate pair. Again, top 2 get to race again for 1 chance at the medals. So from this view, from your left to your right, we have Minnesota Development Camp, Greenwich again, Mendota, Eustis, and TBC Racing. Looks like a pretty clean start from all the crews. Maybe one of those Mendota or Greenwich crews maybe slipping out a foot or so. And on the side there, it looks like maybe that Minnesota crew, a little bit of steering issues, or they could just be hunting those geese. We would appreciate that too. Looks like they've corrected now. But at the very least, they did get some of those geese out of the way, so we always appreciate that. And they're right back in the race, so good for them. Those guys slowing down, a quick correction. And actually right next to them, it looks like Greenwich with just a little bobble, a little steering into those buoys there too. So hopefully they can get both those crews get right back on track and right back into the thick of it. Again, these smaller boats, challenging wind here can make it really difficult, especially when you're trying to match pressure. Guys are getting tired from different races over the days and the heat and the sun. So great for these guys to be out here and fighting it out.
And also too, I'd say the part of the challenge with the small boats, as we said, is that they can turn pretty quickly,
Yes.
But then the flip side of that is that you can kind of course correct pretty quickly as well. So we may see kind of a boat drastically turn one way, but excuse me, so long as they're able to course correct that pretty quickly, then they can hop back into the race. So not something you'd see, for example, in the 8. It may take more like 3 or so strokes to really change a point and then course correct and change it back. So these are a little bit more agile boats, and it goes both directions.
Absolutely. I have a great story. A guy I rode with in college, this guy Ted Beck, a great scrapper out of Philadelphia. He was telling me about his brother who rode at Syracuse, a great program up in New York. They were doing a pair race once, and the toe broke, or they had some sort of breakage. Next thing you know, he goes, the steering's broken, and the guy says, you're just gonna have to crank it. And that's how you got to do it sometimes. You just got to hammer down. They were right back on track in 1 or 2 strokes, like you said. Sometimes that's the way you got to approach events like that in the pair. Otherwise, you're in for quite a fight.
Yep.
And we switch to the drone view now. We get a nice overhead view, and it looks like we have Greenwich pushing their way out in front here. Again, top 2 will advance in this event, and it looks like we have the 2 Greenwich crews as well as the Eustis crew. I'd say the Eustis crew is just ahead of that second Greenwich crew right now, but it's anybody's race at this point. Again, from the overhead view, you can see just a little bit of steering now and then between the crews and into the lanes, but overall a great job by all these crews. That Greenwich crew really putting on an impressive performance out in front, but the Eustis crew and the second Greenwich crew, and a nice little battle here as we come into the last 750 meters for who is going to get that second qualifying position.
Yeah, and it's top 3 to advance, as you say, the top 2 rather. Sorry, excuse me. Yeah, three semis and top 2 to advance. That Greenwich crew really on the move. So we talked a little bit earlier about the women's program being strong, but this is of course, the men's intermediate pair. So showing really nice depth right now on the men's side as well, with a comfortable lead over the rest of the field and 500 meters to go. And now coming in with less than 500. Again, semifinal number 3, 2 to advance to the grand. So looking to identify which 2 will round out that grand final tomorrow.
Looks like the wind has started to calm down just a little bit too. We're getting a little bit less of those strong gusts that can really affect these smaller boats. So that's good to see. But it's also worth noting, if you're following at home or you're checking those times, a lot of people like to compare the times between the races and stuff. It's important to note that the winds have been up and down throughout the day. So if you're looking at it one race versus another, there could be a major difference, and it's not always indicative of the overall speed of the cruise. But overall right now, the wind has calmed down a little bit. My papers are not flying all over the place. It's a little easier, so I'm sure the guys on the water are enjoying this a little bit more than the guys about 10 minutes ago.
And it can change that fast.
Exactly. And as we come into the last 250 here, a little bobble in that lead Greenwich boat, but it looks like they're still in control. Although that Eustis crew really bumping it up. So it's 2 Greenwich crews, 1 Eustis crew, 2 spots. All 3 boats are really throwing everything at it, so we'll see what happens.
And a nice push from Greenwich now coming through the line. Bow number 4 in their final few strokes of the men's intermediate pair to win semifinal number 3.
And they cross the line. They will win this semifinal. And the second Greenwich boat, they look like they're going to cross the line right about now. So both Greenwich boats, impressive performance. They will round off that grand final tomorrow as they race for a national championship in the men's intermediate pair. A great race behind them by that Eustis crew, coming up just a little bit short, and then crossing the line now in some sort of hats. Those yellow hats here, that's interesting. The TBC Racing crew, it looks like some sort of Pikachu hat. Very interesting. Mendota now, and Minnesota coming through. All right, and we're already off in our next race, the women's intermediate single semifinal one. We have 3 semifinals of this event, so you got to be top 2 or you're done. Near to far, we have Paula, who's unaffiliated, Cohen from OKC, Kuntz from Undine, Click from Vesper, Coletta from 612 Endurance, and Williams from Foundry. Looks like a clean start across the board. Again, so sticking with these small boats, we talk about how difficult the pair can be. The single sometimes even more so, especially as the conditions can get challenging. But again, they have calmed down a little bit here. The winds are very manageable now. The water has been great all day, despite a little bit of wind earlier. It's calmed down. The water is a little light rolls here and there, but absolutely rowable. The course is in great condition. So a great day for racing here at the National Championship. And we switch to that overhead view, and it looks like lane 3, Undine Boat Club, they've stuck their nose out in front, and lane 1, the unaffiliated crew, we have a little bit of a battle there. I'd say they're in the 1-2 position right now for those qualifying spots.
Yeah, and the single, of course, kind of like the pair and the double, definitely takes a lot of skill to row these smaller boats. And these races are always exciting to watch, especially if you can get kind of close in a launch or even on shore, because they're incredibly intense. Of course, it's just the one person who's the driving force behind that shell, but they're also totally silent because there are no coxswains. So there's even, I think, this elevated level of intensity if you ever have the chance to watch a singles race up close. I think it's a really special kind of race. And right now, as you rightly say, it's Madeline Kuntz of Undine in lane 3, making the best of it with a nice open water lead really over the rest of the field. So working through the body of the race, through the middle thousand with a lot of power and a lot of grace here. Just that bow is very nice and level, and we can see her, really pushing the shell out in between strokes and getting a lot of run.
Colleen, I don't know if you've obviously never watched a singles race that I've been in, because there's usually a lot of noise, and it's usually not appropriate for children coming out of my mouth about how much trouble I'm having. But some great racing here. It definitely is a difficult boat, and again, there's no one to blame but yourself, unfortunately, for all of my results. So good on these women for getting out here. It's a great way to test yourself individually, if that's your goal for training, or if you're looking to make a team or get yourself on the map. It's a great way, if you put up a great performance, to get noticed or to make a statement. And it's just great racing overall. So and also with these smaller boats, especially the singles, they're longer races, so there's a lot more that can happen. There could be a bobble, there could be a crab, there could be some people start stronger, some people finish stronger. A lot more back and forth typically in these sort of races versus some of these faster 8 races, where sometimes if someone gets out, it's a little bit, you run out of room too quickly to try and wind them up.
Yeah, and we talked about the small boats being delicate in the last race, the pairs, that they're really responsive boats. So if you have one bad stroke, you'll feel it. I mean, really in the single, it's down to just one person powering this boat. So any kinds of variables, as you just mentioned, even as small as having the hands become too slippery from sweat, all of these things, you want to make sure that your hands don't slip, because one stroke where these guys miss water or hit the water not in the way that they should be, then it can be, even for super elite rowers, not too difficult to flip at worst. But for now, these women are all doing a wonderful job in the women's intermediate single semifinal number 1 of 3. So as we saw with the last event, with 3 semifinals, it means that we're looking for the top 2 to round out a 6-boat final tomorrow. Right now, that's Madeline Kuntz And a bit difficult to say at the moment who's running second, but we'll see in just a moment.
It looks like the unaffiliated crew, Paula, Miss Paula on lane 1. I'd say she's in that second spot right now. But again, still a lot of water to be rode. We'll see what bodes in these final 500 to 600 meters for these ladies coming down the course. Just a slight pickup in the wind again here. Again, a light tail breeze and an occasional gust here or there, helping power these women down the course. But again, it's not always, a tailwind is nice, but there is such thing as too much of a good thing.
Indeed. And right now, Madeline Kuntz from Undine holding that lead. Federica Palla from Unaffiliated USA running second now, about a length, maybe a little bit more behind Madeline Kuntz. So looking to solidify those top 2 positions. And these crews now approaching just about 300, just shy of the 250 meter mark. Madeline Kuntz from Undine holding first, semifinal number 1, women's intermediate single.
Looks like at this point a lot of this is about staying in control, staying relaxed, staying long in the conditions, making sure that you don't have any of those slight bobbles, or obviously avoiding anything catastrophic in the last 20 to 30 strokes, and make sure you can set yourself up for your other races and for that final tomorrow.
Absolutely. Now moving into the last 20 strokes or so, we see in lane 3, Madeline Kuntz of Undine. And a nice battle for second going on here. And Federica Palla in lane 1, coming through to take second now, claiming that second qualifying spot for the final.
Great racing all across by the ladies here in this first semifinal. And coming up next, they already have a start. Again, we have the second semifinal of the women's intermediate single. From the view of the screen here, looking down the course, from your left to your right, we have All-American Camp, Orion, Sarasota, another Orion crew, Greenwich, and Row House. All-American Camp, what a great name for a rowing club.
I love it. There's nothing like summer rowing at the All-American Camp.
It doesn't get much more American than this. A hot summer day, just outside of Philadelphia.
Yep. And a clean start from all of these women in the women's intermediate singles semifinal number 2. We see a nice shot, straight shot from the start line. Looking straight down the course, it looks like maybe right on Sarasota at the moment, with Orion to our left and also to our right.
Yeah, it looks like Miss Kemp out of Sarasota has a nice start here. She may have snuck her bow ball just a little bit out in front. We'll get a better view with the drone any second now. But what a great view down the course here, this beautiful Cooper River Park, Crown Plaza in the background, 6 boats across, duking it out on a fine summer day.
And moving through the first 500, pretty consistent margins. We'll have a better sense of those, of course, as the drone shot comes through. But for now, in these singles, we can see all 6 competitors have had a clean and a fair start. And we see Greenwich now just starting to pop out on the far side of the screen. And now shifting to the overhead drone shot as we get a little bit closer.
So in lane 3, Miss Kemp out of Sarasota, definitely your leader here, establishing herself with a nice, strong lead over the field. I'd say at least a length. Right behind her, though, in lane 4, Miss Shaw out of Orion in Saratoga. So we got a Sarasota-Saratoga matchup here, and I'm sure that I'll twist my tongue on that a few times as they come down the course. But right now, it looks like Sarasota with the lead in Saratoga, hot in the tails in that second qualifying position.
So Kyle, I'll help you because Saratoga is my alma mater. So
Absolutely.
I'll help you keep it straight. You wouldn't be the first person to confuse them, but certainly yes, these three competitors, Lauren Millen out of Orion, Rosa Kemp out of Sarasota, and Lauren Shaw out of Orion.
A lot of great rowing going on up there in Saratoga with Mr. Catalanato and the crew up there. Orion as their new high performance group. Great course up there as well. Yes. A lot of great things up on the Fish Creek. And then, you know, who knows, with all the horse betting up there too with the track, with the sports betting being legal, this time next year we might be talking about, we might be having Sarasota consulting at these races to see how much money's rolling on each of these boats.
You know what? You might just see that.
And then obviously with Sarasota down in Florida, a lot of great things going on down there too, with a beautiful brand new course. World Championships there last year, the under 23s coming up, and a great course, a great program, a lot of great rowers coming out of there. Casey doing a great job down there, and national championship for the men's 8 at Youth Nationals. A lot of great things going on in Sarasota as well.
Absolutely. And super impressive work right now from Rosa Kemp of Sarasota in lane 3, so out of the Florida team. We see now with the drone shot, she's really leading the pack here in the women's intermediate single, semifinal number 2. And on either side of her, again, the 2 Orion scullers out of Saratoga. So those are our 3 leaders right now. Rosa Kemp out of Sarasota, Lauren Shaw out of Orion and Saratoga, and Lauren Miller, Orion, Saratoga. But it is 2 to qualify, so should be a very exciting race for third, possibly between the 2 Orion singles, Lauren Shaw and Lauren Miller. And these scullers now approaching the 500 meter to go. All of these competitors have done a very nice job keeping their singles moving straight and in their lane, in their water. But I expect we'll see some good sprinting out of this event because it's still pretty tightly packed, at least for positions kind of 2, 3, possibly 4.
You know, sometimes some of the steering and collisions are some of the most exciting parts of this. But
mostly at the Charles.
Exactly.
I'll take a good Charles collision.
Fortunately for the rowers, unfortunately for the spectators, so far a great job of managing the conditions.
That's right.
And the steering and navigation so far today.
And Rosa Kemp now coming through the last 200 meters or so. Looking very strong in these final 20 strokes or so. So she's got a nice open water lead here in lane 3. We see her now moving through the last few strokes of her piece, followed by Lauren Shaw of Orion in lane 4. So Rosa Kemp and Lauren Shaw of Sarasota and Orion taking those 2 qualifying positions for the grand final. Coming through the line now, lane 1. And a nice conclusion there to semifinal number 2. Lane 6 coming through the line.
All right, and our next event, as we'll head back up to the finish line for our third and final semifinal of the women's intermediate lightweight or women's intermediate single. From lane 1 to 6, so from the shore to the far, we have Albany, Foundry again, unaffiliated, Vesper, and OKC. So that race should be getting off any second now. Or they may have actually, it looks like they have had a start, and we'll switch up to that camera any second now and get that race for you. Again, this is the third and final semifinal of the women's intermediate single. 2 will move on to tomorrow's grand final to race for the medals. The rest will be eliminated. And as they roll through 400 to 500 meters, it looks like a clean start across the board. I wouldn't say anybody is out of it at this point.
And this is another race with a couple of entries from the same club. So lane 1, Albany, lane 2, Foundry, and lane 3, Foundry. So Alyssa Treblecock of Foundry and Mary Wilson of Foundry will row right next to each other in lanes 2 and 3. I'm sure they have certainly practiced together, so probably pretty fun to get to line up next to each other at the start as well.
We've got a crew from Albany right up near your stomping grounds in Saratoga.
That's right.
Great to see them out here today.
Upstate New York.
So it looks like Miss Wilson from the Foundry out to an early lead, and behind her, I'd say it's Miss Colette rowing unaffiliated, and Miss Niasio from OKC fighting for that second place position.
Mary Wilson of Foundry definitely having a nice middle thousand here.
So from the drone here, on the bottom of your screen, you see Miss Nicasio from OKC. In the center of your screen, Miss Bohr from Vesper. And next to her, Miss Colette rowing unaffiliated. At the top of your screen, from Foundry, Miss Treblecock. They're all fighting for that second place position behind Miss Wilson from the Foundry. And a little gust of wind here is starting to pick up. Again, the wind's been up and down throughout the day. Pretty consistent, just a light tail, and every once in a while, Mother Nature gets a little bit feisty with us, and you know, they're sneezing upstairs. A little bit of wind comes down the course, surges the boats a little bit, but can create a little bit of chaos, especially in some of these smaller boats. So that can really open up opportunities for those who handle it the best. And as we roll through, about 500 to go, that's what we'll be looking for. As again, Miss Wilson from the Foundry, she looks to be in control out in front, but behind her, a lot of action. I'd say 3 to 4 boats competing for one extra spot in tomorrow's final.
Yeah, this is becoming quickly a very exciting race for second. So as you rightly say, Kyle, Mary Wilson from Foundry well out ahead, but starting to see some folks behind her really begin to pick up the rating, including Megan Collette from Unaffiliated USA rowing at a little bit of a higher clip, I'd say, than Mary Wilson. But if she's going to do that, now's the time to do it as we come into the last 250 or so. And of course, only one person can claim that second place position. Mary Wilson really putting her foot down that she'll be one of them and she'll finish first. And right now with about 200 meters to go, it's looking that that will be her position, but a very exciting race developing for second place.
Yes, we have about 30 strokes to go. A lot of opportunity. It's, I'd say, four or five boats across. A little bit of space in between them, but a lot can happen in these last 20 strokes for that second place position. Again, Miss Wilson having a great row. She's actually winding it up a little bit. She's really powering through the line. Really standing on those footboards, driving that boat across the line. She's expanding her lead. She's taken almost a length in these last 10 strokes here. Very impressive row for her. And now she's going to shut it down across the line. But behind her, it looks like Miss Collette, rowing unaffiliated. She's in that second place position, but coming up hot, 3 crews. But it will be Collette, unaffiliated, for that second place position. But a great race behind them. And of course, a mandatory shout out to Miss Sabrina Bohr, rowing for Vesper, daughter of my collegiate coach Tom Bohr, 2-time Olympic silver medalist.
I was going to ask you that, if there was a relation there.
So great race from all those women there. What an exciting race. And just like that, we're back up to the start for the beginning of the next race, the men's intermediate lightweight semifinal 1. We have 3 semifinals in this event, so you need to be top 2 if you want to make the final tomorrow. Looks like a clean start here. So from your left to your right, as you're looking at the monitor, we have Minnesota, Wayland Weston, Maritime, St. Catherine, Connoxon, and Detroit.
Not even. And a nice clean start for the men's intermediate lightweight single semifinal number 1. Lightweight rowing, fun for lots of reasons, but for me, not least of which is the fact that the weight variable is the same for every competitor. So you take that variable out of people being, bigger than someone else, or perhaps having, that advantage of being a bigger person. And really, it's pretty consistent across the board, right? So for me, it makes lightweight rowing even more fun to watch.
Tell you what, these lightweights are really enjoying this tailwind and really happy that it's not blowing the other way right now. And with just a little jump in the camera there, but we'll get you right back to it. The drone should be overhead any second now. It looks like it's rolling in.
So Eric Buchanan out of St. Catharines in lane 4. St. Catharines, we talked about club history a little bit earlier. Definitely, a club with a lot of history. St. Catharines Rowing Club up in Canada. Host, of course, to the Canadian Henley, which is next month in August.
We won't talk about that.
What? Oh, we can't talk about Canley. We won't talk about Canley. One race at a time.
No, we're glad to have our friends from up north at the USRowing Club Nationals. It's great to have them come down, and then, like you said, Canadian Henley, a great race for the end of the summer.
Another great race. Of course, there's the famous Canley medal. They only give out 1 medal to the winners, so.
And it's very tiny.
And it's very tiny.
It's quite
the little
anticlimactic, I believe that. It's so tiny. Here at US Rowing Club Nationals, we have big, beautiful medals.
The American
places
way.
1 through 3. You'll find they're quite heavy. Your neck will be sore, especially some of these athletes who are going to be picking up a few medals.
Yes.
We have these great, beautiful medals here at US Rowing Club Nationals. So
part of what makes summer rowing so fun.
Absolutely.
One of the many things. So now we're starting to pick up the drone shot. So we'll get a better look at margins and early leaders. So Minnesota out Looks like Maritime, this Reese Gregory in the men's intermediate lightweight single from Maritime. Doing a really nice job in lane 3. Try it. And lane 6 and 5, a little bit of a battle going on between these two guys in the men's intermediate lightweight single. So that's Stephen Malbouf of Detroit in lane 6 and Nicholas Hannon in lane 5.
Detroit, what a tough city. You know, a lot of tough, great people coming out of there. A great rowing club at Detroit, boat club there. I remember I coached a guy who had a tattoo already of D for Detroit on his shoulder.
I like
It was tough. He was a tough kid.
A lot of
Great club up there, a great American city. So great to see them well represented out here.
And Eric Buchanan of St. Catharines now in lane 3, making a nice press at the front of the field. Lane 4. And these guys now coming into the final 500 meters. Eric Buchanan, St. Catharines leading the field. Reese Gregory of Maritime definitely in hot pursuit right now. Right next to him in lane 3. So keeping an eye on lanes 3 and 4 as we come in. It's top 2 to advance with 3 semifinals. And Eric Buchanan of St. Catharines Rowing Club in lane 4, making sure he's one of those spots.
Yeah, great race here as we come into the last 200 meters. Lane 1, Mr. Ragland from Minnesota, having a great row, really bumping the rate up here in these last 20 strokes. He's winding it up. And lane 3, Mr. Gregory from Maritime. It looks like Mr. Gregory from Maritime with a slight advantage. Mr. Ragland from Minnesota bringing it up. And Mr. Buchanan from St. Catharines, who wants it at the line? Gregory will win it. And, oh, very, very close. Very close.
Wow.
If you made me pick, I'd have to say Mr. Buchanan from St. Catharines, but Mr. Ragland from Minnesota, a great sprint. And don't hold me to that. You'll have to check the results, the official results, to know for sure. But what a great race. What a great sprint.
Incredible sprint.
That's what we come out here to see.
And back up at the start, we are already well underway with semifinal number 2 for the men's intermediate lightweight single, with top 2 to advance to the grand final. And it's a nice clean start across the board. And I believe we have lanes 3, 4, and 5 right now in view. Okay. So it looks like actually maybe 4, 5, 6 in view.
All right, we go overhead. And it looks like lane 3 and 4, Mr. Kanapka from Undine and Mr. Marchioni from Wayland Weston have snuck out in front here. They are your leaders in those 1-2 qualifying positions as we come through about 600 meters in. And again, with this drone view, it looks like we're having just a little refresh lag here. There's a lot of energy and a lot of electricity in the air here, folks, with this tight racing, and sometimes that can just affect our signal just a little bit. But it looks like we got it back now. It's great high-definition footage from the drone. Great to have.
Beautiful shot and really nice racing coming down the course right now.
Yeah, what a beautiful shot there from the drone, giving us a wide angle of the whole course. A lot of great racing. Again, that lane 3 and 4 have stuck their nose out. They are our leaders right now, but behind them, we have 4 boats across. And while they're not racing, or they're not in that qualifying position right now, they'll still be racing. There's a lot of pride in the line, and they want to throw down a great piece. And as that happens, you may find that they end up sneaking up and that field walking back into that qualifying spot.
So it looks to me like James Konopka from Undine is leading.
Yeah, he's having a great row out there. Looks nice and relaxed. He looks like he's a beat or two lower than the rest of the field as well. Rowing nice and long. Great spacing, clearing those puddles well past his stern. I'd say maybe even a splash of open water. And then behind him, though, it looks like a nice race developing. Still with lane 4, Mr. Marcioni, and I hope I didn't mess up that name, from Wayland Weston. And then on the inside here with lanes 1 and 2, Mr. Ward and Mr. Hopkins from Orion. Those two having a nice little battle, and we'll see if they can push off each other to kind of spring towards that second qualifying position in this second semifinal of the men's intermediate lightweight single.
So in all racing, but certainly more so in the races that do not have a coxswain, so essentially everything outside of the coxed 4 and the 8, there is an advantage to being out ahead and being able to really see the field and to know how much margin you have and how much margin you really need to hold on to, especially in those qualifying positions. So right now, James Konopka from Undine holding the rest of the field, and we can see, you know, him looking up and really doing the work to keep them away, to keep them at bay, so he can hold on to that top place position. But it can be difficult, especially in a single. Being a sensitive boat, you don't want to move around too much. To be racing, you know, as we see right now in a tightly packed race for that second qualifying spot, and to not really be able to move your head around too much. So these guys really using their peripheral vision the best that they can. And James Konopka doing the work to keep his bow ball out ahead and really see the rest of the field.
Yeah, Colleen, it's interesting how when you are out in front like that, you want to be in control, but when you have 3, 4, 5 boats behind you really duking it out, and they really get into it, you end up finding a lot of times they up their game, and all of a sudden they're bearing down on your heels, and you got to get up and go.
Very true.
It looks like we're starting to see that a little bit with lane 1, Mr. Ward. He's really brought it up, and I'd say he might even be in that second place position right now. If not, he's very close behind. So as we come through 500 meters to go, we have 4 boats here, all within about a length and a half, and only 2 of them are going to get to race in tomorrow's final. So we'll see who has that X factor in the last 500 meters to make something happen.
And it looks like Ben Hopkins of Orion maybe falling just a touch off the pace. Certainly still time to bring it back. Again, these boats are very, very tightly packed, but they know, of course, even better than we do, that now is the time and that there's only so much water. So as we come into the last critical 300, 250 meters or so, I think we're going to see some good sprinting in the men's lightweight single, semifinal number 2. Semifinals, of course, always some of the most exciting and thrilling races there are. For this reason, everybody wants to go to the final, and there's only so many spots.
Yeah, a lot of times it seems like the semifinals are almost like the finals for some people, just trying to make sure that they can get their way, punch their ticket into that opportunity to race for those medals or that championship. A little gust of wind here, again, as we come into the last 30 strokes. So these guys are rowing high, they're rowing hard, they're emptying the tank here and also trying to manage just a little bit of a gust here or there. Very important. It looks like it's anybody's race to choose. Lane 2, Mr. Hopkins, looks like he has stuck his way out in front. And I'd say it's lane 1 behind him, Mr. Ward, for that second qualifying position. Mr. Hopkins with a great sprint from Orion, driving it away.
Wow.
He will win this semifinal. Behind him, very close, lane 1,
Beautiful
lane 3. Too close to call. I'm going to go with lane 3, Mr. Konopka from Undine. He is our second place finisher, so those 2 will go on to tomorrow's final. A great race by all the crews. Very exciting there. Well-earned qualification for tomorrow's final. for our 1-2 finishers.
What a sprint out of Ben Hopkins from Orion. That was really, really nice work.
Great to see. That's what we come to see here. And we're already into our third and final semifinal of the men's intermediate lightweight single. We have a start from your view here on the screen from left to right. We have Mr. McDonald from Vesper, Mr. Ruff from V Skulls, Mr. Diaz from Riverfront Recapture, Mr. Volkner from St. Catharines, Mr. Park from OKC, and Mr. Dremov from Wayland Weston. Looks like a clean start across the board here. Still high.
And a nice clean start again. Semifinal number 3 determining who will round out the grand final for the men's intermediate lightweight single. We have a nice shot from the drone, or not rather the drone from the start, soon to be the drone. But all of these singles doing a great job steering. And now moving through the first 500, well into the body of the race. We'll see in just a moment what margins look like when we get that drone shot. And now these guys moving through probably just about the 1,000.
Any second now we'll have that drone back for you. Again, this drone, great tool for us to be able to provide this video. New stuff we're working with here, being able to use this drone at all our races. We hope to keep improving it. But as rowing 2,000 meters, that's a long way for a drone to fly. We're doing these races, 7-minute centers, hot racing. We're flying it back up there as fast as we can. We have that overhead view for you right now. And it looks like lanes 2 and 3, Mr. Ruff and Mr. Diaz have poked their bows out in front. Lane 4, Mr. Volkner from St. Catharines, he's in the thick of it too, as well as Mr. Park from OKC in lane 5. Those 4 are your contenders at the moment as we cross through about 1,100 meters, coming by the beautiful Camden County Boathouse. Great view overhead here, some beautiful sculling going on. These guys straight and narrow down the middle of the lanes. This view is great, so you can get a great look at the puddles, the spacing, the relative cadence. As you can see, a lot of strategy goes in with your rig, your race strategy. Some guys like to row lighter rigs, higher stroke rates. Some guys like to row a heavier rig, lower stroke rate, and that can depend on the conditions as well on this tailwind. Lightweights may want a different strategy than the heavyweights. So a lot of things going on here that you can get a nice view of with this drone camera.
And it's looking to be a little bit of a tightly packed race here.
So looks like lanes 2, 3, and 4. Mr. Ruff from V Skulls, Mr. Diaz from Riverfront Recapture, and Mr. Volkner from St. Catharines. Those 3 have started to peel away from the pack here, but only 2 of them will be able to race again tomorrow in that final. So we'll see who has an extra gear. Looks like lane 3, Mr. Diaz, running a little bit lower rating. as is lane 2, Mr. Ruff. So maybe they have a little bit more to come, but Mr. Volkner, he's at a higher rate here, but he's really pulling away, making a statement here as we come into this third 500. And he's taking the lead in this semifinal. He's leaving nothing to chance. As we cross 500 to go, it's Mr. Volkner from St. Catharines in lane 4. He is your leader, followed closely by Mr. Ruff in lane 2 from V Skulls. And about 5 feet behind him, we have Mr. Diaz from Riverfront Recapture. So about 400 meters to go. Those three, 2 spots, and we'll see who can wind it up and get in those qualifying positions for tomorrow's medals race.
And closing in on the last 250, a very exciting race for the men's intermediate lightweight single semifinal number 3 of 3.
All right, about 30 strokes to go. Lane 4, Mr. Volkner. He is your leader. Lane 2, Mr. Ruff. He is your challenger coming up hot. He wants to win this semifinal. At this point, it looks like those two will be your qualifiers for tomorrow, but they're not going to be settled for qualifying. Both these guys throwing down the last 10, 15 strokes here. We'll get an eye on the line for you to tell you who ends up sneaking across first. And it looks like it's going to be Mr. Volkner out of St. Catharines. He will win this semifinal. Followed by lane 2, Mr. Ruff from V Skulls. So great race out of them. Great race from all of our crews here. And that concludes our men's intermediate lightweight singles semis. So next up, we already have a start in the men's intermediate quad. Semifinal 1. We have 2 semifinals in this event, so top 3. Top half, and you're in for tomorrow. On your screen now, left to right, we have Greenwich, New York Athletic Club B, New York Athletic Club A, Vesper, Mendota B, and Mendota C. These quads, driving down the course here, intermediate quads, these can be some pretty quick boats. A lot of these guys just throwing down a lot of different races. So fatigue can be a factor, but the quad, a very quick boat, second only to the 8. So a lot of speed, a lot of action in these races.
And quads are also one of my favorite boats because they go really fast. So this should be a pretty quick race, as we've mentioned. I think conditions have even gotten a little bit better, but the wind's certainly helping, and these are just naturally, fast boats. So we see it now with the shot off the line, and we'll see it throughout the body of the race. These boats go quick.
What's great, too, about the quad is that there's no coxswains in the boat. I didn't mean to say that.
Oh, you're breaking my heart. The races are always better with the coxswain. That's where you get your most inspiration, your most inspiring lines. Come on. A cox quad would be really fun. I think they exist. But right now, these boats, sadly, are coxless. So again, they are steering themselves, self-steered, by the bow seat, I should say. And all of these guys doing a really nice job staying right in their water, in their lane. And you can even really see it on the screen. I mean, they are clipping along with a nice battle for first going on, I'd say. If you look at the right side of your screen right now.
Yeah, absolutely. What a race. That's what's great about these faster boats, too, is that there's just less time for people for the field to separate out. So you usually get a little bit more contact, a little more action from lane 1 to 6. Hold the contact a little longer, and that just makes things happen, especially these quads. A lot of these guys, college guys, they don't do a lot of sculling during the year. They're focused on primarily on the sweep and training for those 8s for the sprints, the Pac-12s, the IRAs, and they kind of jump on these boats for the summer. So every once in a while, something can happen that can make these races really interesting. The wild card factor here.
Absolutely.
But for now, it looks like we have lane 3, your New York Athletic Club, and lane 2, your B-boat of the New York Athletic Club. Although I wonder what they think about that in the third 500. Those two are your leaders. But behind them, we have 3 boats for 1 spot. Again, it's top 3 to qualify for tomorrow. So a lot of exciting racing coming up here as we roll through just about 750 meters to go.
Where this guy there. So right now, OKC and Undyne definitely in a battle for first, and it's Oklahoma really starting to make a nice press on Undyne, but absolutely Undyne doing a good job maintaining contact. So we see just about a little shy of a length advantage to OKC over second place Undyne. And in the men's intermediate quad, there are 2 semifinals, which means it's top 3 to advance. So really right behind these 2 leaders, you'll see on the screen a battle happening for third, which is absolutely no surprise because that third place is a qualifying position. So OKC putting their foot down, holding that first place lead. I'd say Undyne maybe even a little bit of an answer, ever so slight for OKC, but those 2 guys really leading this race right now. Then open water back to Potomac and Crescent in lanes 4 and 5 right now, fighting for that third place position. Then on the far side, Resilient not to be left out, but right now out of a qualifying spot. So keeping an eye on Potomac and Crescent fighting for that third place spot and that third qualifying position. And now coming into an exciting final, 300 or so meters. OKC leading the pack, Undyne right on their tail, and Potomac and Crescent putting up a fight for that third place. Again, we can see from the shore these boats move fast. They're now in their sprint sequence, and we should definitely see some good sprint racing. Even for OKC and Undyne, they are definitely leading the pack, but not by such a margin that they don't want to keep their heads up and make sure that they hold. It's OKC though, as we come through the final 200 or so meters. And it's your pick for third. With a little bit of a gust here now coming through these final few strokes. OKC leading the charge.
Really strong rowing here.
Undyne, Resilient, Potomac fighting for third. It is top 3 to final. It's OKC, but Kyle, it's your pick. You're a bit taller. Let me know what you can see.
We've got OKC, then lane 2, Undyne, and it looks like lane 4, Potomac, is going to take it just over lane 5, Crescent. Great race there. So Potomac, your third place finisher there for that critical last qualifying position in this first semifinal of the men's intermediate quad. And we'll take it back up to the start as we have the second semifinal coming right up here. On your screen as we break off here, left to right, you'll have Greenwich, Potomac C, New York Athletic Club, GMS, Merrimack, and Undyne B. And they're sitting ready, and we have a start. Blasting off the line here. Looks like a clean start. GMS firing away, all cylinders. Getting out of the blocks. And again, left to right, you'll have Greenwich, Potomac C, New York Athletic Club, GMS, Merrimack, and Undyne B.
And we see a nice shot right now of GMS in lane 4. So GMS definitely known for their quads. I believe they've put together some good boats in the past, and not surprising to see them out quick off the line and up in one of the leading positions. We'll get margins in just a little bit, but for now, definitely getting their bow ball out pretty quick.
Great sculling program out there at GMS. A lot of great things going on.
And potentially some steering trouble for Merrimack.
Uh-oh, and it looks like they may have even crossed over into lane 5, or lane 6, rather. Maybe they have saved themselves just before the buoys. Hopefully they can recover well, or at least find someone to blame in the boat after the race. That's always the fun part.
Yeah, you gotta find a scapegoat.
And again, we got the drone sitting at about 1,000 meters here, racing it up, so we'll have that for you any second. Again, looks like a clean start across the field.
And now
All
just
right.
starting to pick up the drone.
So it looks like lanes 4 and 5 may have sneaked out just a little bit here, but I'd say anywhere from lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5, anybody's race here. 4 boats, 3 spots, and even lanes 1 and 6, they are not out of this thing by any stretch, as we still have a lot of water to row.
And really nice work from GMS, as we saw up at the start. They had a powerful move out of the blocks and a nice shift into base cadence. So still seeing good work from GMS, but man, Nyack and Potomac really keeping their bows right in it. This is the best of club racing, and these 3 boats are incredibly tightly packed right now. It's 3 to qualify, but I think this is a real race right here between all 3 of these crews to make sure that their bow ball is in the first qualifying position.
This is a great battle here where they really test the composure, the fitness, the toughness of all the crews. Who's going to, you can't take one stroke off here or you could be game over. So really fighting to stay in it, whether you're up a length, down a length, you got to make sure you're still committed to these middle 1,000 meters here to make sure that you can get your crew in that position to be in that final tomorrow. And it looks like lanes 2, 3, and 4 are starting to separate just a little bit from lane 5 Mamaroneck, but they are by no means out of it. A little bit more protection from the wind generally on that 5th and 6th lane here at Mercer, although in a tailwind situation that may actually hurt you more than it helps you. So we'll see how that comes into play as well as we come into the last 750 meters here.
And GMS and Nyack, very, very close. Slight advantage to GMS.
Again, top 3 advance. So as it stands now, all 3 of these crews that are very tight here will advance to tomorrow's final. But again, we still have Mamaroneck. They are contesting in that 4th spot. They want to get into that final tomorrow. And again, you want to make sure that you're in that best lane. If you're already in this 1, 2, 3 position and it's this close, it may be worth that extra oomph, and it might be worth really selling it to try and get that favored lane, especially when it's this close, where less than a half a second could mean the difference between the top-seeded lane and the worst-seeded lane in tomorrow's final. You want to make sure that you put yourself in that best position to win that championship and to compete for those medals.
Absolutely, and right now, I'd say Nyack maybe even making a little bit of a push on GMS. It is very, very close. I'd still give GMS the advantage.
A little bit of a steering in that GMS boat. It looks like they just went a degree or 2 off course, but they've corrected, and I agree. I think that they still have the lead over that Nyack boat. But hot racing still. Potomac C, they're right on the tails, and Mamaroneck, they're still bow stern on Potomac. We're coming in here about 300 meters to go. If Mamaroneck wants to get into this final, they've got to go now, and they've got to go hard. All right, and as we come into the last 30 strokes here, very nice rowing out of GMS and the New York Athletic Club. Right behind them, we got Potomac. It looks like those 3 will be your qualifiers advancing on to tomorrow. The question is, will it be GMS or New York AC for the win in that favored lane in tomorrow's final? And it looks like GMS is going to take it by, I'm going to call it just about a half a length at the line. A great race between those two crews. Potomac rounds off that 3 spot to earn that last spot in tomorrow's medal final. And as the rest of the crews come in, a great race overall. And we'll take you right back up to the top, because just like that, we're going to have the women's intermediate double. 3 semifinals in this event, so you'll need to be top 2 if you want to race again tomorrow for a chance at the medals. And we head up there, and you have a view from left to right. We're going to have ACRA, the U18 Girls High Performance Team, the Columbus Development Camp. On your camera now, the OKC High Performance Center. Another boat from the Columbus Development Camp, and the under-18 Girls High Performance Team second entry. So a lot of action here. Again, top 2 will advance out of this first semifinal of the women's intermediate double. And it looks like they're sitting ready, so we should have a start any second now in this race.
So 3 semifinals. This is the first of 3, so 2 to advance. In lane 1, ACRA. Lane 2, under 18 high performance group. Lane 3, Columbus Development Center, Development Camp. Lane 4, Oklahoma. Lane 5, another Columbus Development Camp. And lane 6, another under 18 high performance team. So a lot of youth in this event. This is the intermediate category. And as we've been saying throughout the afternoon, really, really nice to see the youth rowing and some of the younger folks step into these categories. But we, for now, have a start.
All right, and they're off. Looks like a clean start here in this women's intermediate double. Again, back to these smaller boats, this sculling. Great to see all these athletes out here. And again, yeah, we have the under 18 development or high performance team. They have 2 entries in here. Great to see Columbus Development Camp. A lot of great racing opportunities and development going on in these smaller boats in the sculling, getting in a lot of racing at these domestic regattas in the summer. Great for these kids.
And definitely a skill to be able to sweep and scull. So especially when you're younger, it's a good skill to develop, those sculling skills. So valuable, I think also too, I mean, you were a sweep rower, or are a sweep rower, to
Absolutely.
kind of develop some of those muscles on the other side of your body and even it out a little bit and just get into these small boats and learn to develop that boat feel.
And for those of you going out for these summer teams and you want to make a high performance team or a high performance club, if you can row both sides or row sweep and scull, that doubles or triples your chances of making that team. Versus if you can only row the port side, then you can only sit in one of X number of seats depending on what boats that club will row.
Absolutely.
But if you can do it all, if you're Mr. Versatility or Mrs. Versatility and can sit in any utility seat, you add a lot of options to your rowing list there and increase your chances of making those teams and doing well.
Absolutely. Although there's only one coxswain seat.
Yeah, unless you're a coxswain, then I guess you just gotta up your game.
There's just the one.
you gotta be the one.
You just gotta be the one.
But we love our coxswains. So as we go overhead, it looks like lane 4, OKC, they may have their bow out in front. Lane 3 right with them, Columbus Development Camp. But a tight field behind that. And again, 3 semifinals of this women's intermediate double, so you got to be in that top 2 to advance. Top 2 advances, the rest, that's it for this event. And definitely as we come into view better here, lane 3, lane 4, Columbus Development Camp, Oklahoma High Performance Center. Those are your leaders early on here as we roll through about 750 meters in. Impressive rowing from these 2. Open water on the rest of the field. Those two are your top two qualifying positions. The rest of the boats here, if they want to get in this race and they want to race again tomorrow, they're going to have to start making some moves earlier rather than later to start reeling these boats in.
And definitely a bit of a more spread out field than maybe we've seen in some of the other races, with the exception of Columbus Development Camp in lane 3 and Oklahoma in lane 4 having their own kind of private battle up at the front. But the rest of the field a bit spread out, particularly for a semifinal. But it's top 2 to advance with 3 semifinals, so the other crews being that far back, it's a little early to strategically make that call, but they may be making the decision not to go, too hard if they're feeling like they're out of a qualifying position, and even further if they have races maybe later in the day. Although it's getting a little late for that.
That's the interesting calculus too, because not only if you're up, are you potentially looking at shutting things down or not having that extra supermax lift that you might need at the end, but also if you're down big and you're well out of that qualifying position, it might not be worth spinning your wheels the whole way down the course if you have other events that you might want to save your energy for those to make sure you're the most competitive. I know there's people out there who are shaking their heads right now saying, no, you got to race everything down to the wire. And you got to love that spirit too, but at the same time, you got to balance that with making sure that you're putting yourself in the best position to win medals, because that's what you're here to do.
100%, and again, especially in the middle of July with summer racing, where it is just a bit of a hydration game and making sure that your body is nourished, and maybe even a little bit more so than other times of the year. So could be what we're seeing now, but at a minimum, Columbus and OKC, that is not the case. They are out, away from the rest of the field, again having that kind of battle for second.
So many factors now too with the hydration game and everything, and your window after the race, and you got to get the food and the water and all the stuff. It's become much more than just drink some water.
Here's some Gatorade.
There's so many other things that you seem to need to do now, or maybe you don't, but who knows? Everybody seems to want to do.
Yeah, and especially too in these, this is an open weight category, but in these lightweight events, it's a whole nother level of making sure that your body, especially when you're perhaps trying to cut weight, as a lot of people are in July, making sure that you're hydrated. But for the women's intermediate double, not something that these women have to worry about, and they're now just under 500 meters to go, maybe even a little bit more than that, and it's the Columbus Development Camp and OKC who are out in the lead.
Yeah, I never had to do much with that cutting weight thing. I'm pretty happy about that. I don't think I would have been very good at that.
The benefits of open weight rowing.
I was probably more on the side of gaining weight up into the regatta, and then thank God I had some coaches who told me, hey, pump the brakes.
We don't need you to gain that much.
Take those sandwiches away from me on the way to the course. But
oh, man.
Hats off to people who are able to do that. Maybe when I'm 40. But like you said, it looks like a pretty dominating performance here in this first semifinal of the women's intermediate double. About 25 strokes to go for our leaders. That 1-2 position looks to be pretty locked up between Columbus and Oklahoma City, with Columbus having the advantage of that. So these 4 ladies will go on to row again tomorrow in that grand final, compete for that national championship and those medals.
And now coming through the line, it's Potomac. And coming through in lane 2, it's Upper Valley Composite. And in their final strokes, it is lane 1, ACRA. and the under 18.
All right, what a great race there. And folks, if you're here at the course too, you can come on down to the finish line area. We have USRowing booths, lots of great vendors, food, t-shirts, boats, the whole shebang. I also have the eye on USRowing senior leadership, Miss Susan Smith, Mr. Patrick McNeary, Mr. Brett Johnson. They're down here. It looks like they're ready to take a bunch of questions. So come on down, meet them, great folks. Talk with our membership folks. Make sure you're up to snuff with your membership, your championship membership. Set up your renewals, get your waivers, all that great stuff. Do some shopping with our vendors. Talk with our folks and watch some great racing. All right, and just like that, we have the second semifinal of the women's intermediate double. On the drone here, on your screen, from left to right, we have New York AC, South Jersey Rowing Club, Potomac, Orion, Upper Valley Composite, and Osprey. And as we roll through almost 1,000 meters into this race, it looks like your early leader is Orion. Right behind them, though, Potomac. Again, you need to be top two in this semifinal if you want to race again tomorrow.
So Orion definitely holding a nice lead here out of Saratoga Springs, New York, in this semifinal number 2. So again, 2 to qualify, and they're definitely out pretty quick in the first half of this race.
Looks like Potomac has that number 2 spot in a pretty good position at this point behind them. And then, but behind them, lanes 2 and 5, Upper Valley Composite and South Jersey Rowing Club. They're still in this thing, especially South Jersey right next to Potomac there. Maybe a splash of open water behind them, but still about 700 to go. They want to get into this thing. You know, many people consider South Jersey to be the 51st state of the United States of America. So a lot of pride down there,
man.
a lot of action, a lot of great rowing. So we'll see if they can, a lot of that South Jersey toughness can bump this up and get into that number 2 position over Potomac.
You know, and it's looking like it might, and they look to be in that 3rd place position right now, keeping their bow ball ahead, definitely close for 3rd, and it is a race for positions 1 and 2, but I can see the grit coming out of lane 5.
A lot of great rowing out of Potomac, though, too. That crew doing a great job staying composed, making sure they can stay in that number 2 position. Potomac, a great club out of D.C., a lot of history there as well. A lot of great entries from them at this week at this regatta. And the wind picking up just a little bit here. It's a tailwind, so it's all good, but just a little bit of a gust. Turning on the turbochargers in the last 400 meters here. It's still Orion. They're our leaders, but only one crew from the rest of that pack is going to make it into tomorrow. And it looks like it's tightening up on that far side. But it looks like we just lost the image for a second there. Again, folks, a lot of energy in the air, and sometimes that can mess with our radio waves. But don't worry, my voice will paint the picture better than any high-definition camera can. As we come into the last 20, it is Orion. Right behind them is Potomac, and it's South Jersey. It's Upper Valley Composite pushing for that 3rd position, but at this point I would give it to Potomac. It's close, but it looks like Potomac is going to hold on for that 2nd qualifying position. Orion out in front, though. They're in control. They're rowing long, relaxed, cruising across the line. Very impressive win for them. Easily 4 or 5 lengths of open water. And behind them we have Potomac. And Orion, they have 2 strokes to the line. and they cross. They will be your winners in the semifinal, moving on to tomorrow's grand final. And behind them, Potomac. Potomac will win, or will play second for that second qualifying spot with a little bit of open water over South Jersey, who will finish about bow stern over Upper Valley. And a great race from all our crews, a pretty tight pack all across the board there for that second semifinal. And just like that, we're going to go up and we have our third and final semifinal of the women's intermediate double. All right, and we already have that race already in progress. We take you to the drone image, and as you're looking at the screen here, from your left to your right, we have OKC High Performance Center, a second entry from OKC High Performance Center, Orion, the Columbus Development Camp, the Schuylkill Navy, and SORA in this third and final women's intermediate double semifinal. Again, two to advance. Two will advance to tomorrow's final in a race for the national championship and the medals. So as they come into view, it looks like lane 1, lane 3, and lane 5 may have just shot their bows out just a touch. Lane 4 still in it. All crews still in it, but lanes 1, 3, 4, and 5, I would say, are your early contenders for those top two positions. So that would be S and OKC High Performance Center.
And we see a nice shot from the drone overhead. See these crews get a little bit closer in just a moment. But definitely a nice start from Orion and Oklahoma, as you said, Kyle. Sora as well. It's semifinal number 3 for the women's intermediate double, so looking to round out that final. And we see Sora on the far right side of the screen. In fact, they just left our view of the screen, but they're out. They're pretty quick, and they're continuing to move. The field starting to separate a little bit here, perhaps more than we've seen in some of the other semifinals. So we see the drone now spin around, and we'll catch the view of the race as if you were looking down from the start line.
Definitely lane 1 there, SORA, your clear leader. An impressive row here in lane 1 on the inside. But right behind them, 3 crews, 2 spots. It looks like lane 4, Orion, they have, I would call them the second place crew at the moment.
I would too, and it's looking like just next to Orion, OKC, the Oklahoma High Performance Training Center, really doing the work to keep their bow ball in it. In fact, I'd say on either side of Orion, these crews making sure that they keep their bow in it, so that means Columbus as well as OKC. But Orion doing a nice job making sure that they maintain that second place position. But I'm keeping an eye on OKC. It looks like they're maybe a little bit higher than Orion, rowing it a little bit quicker, which may work to Orion's advantage, particularly in this portion of the race where a lot of the work is done. But there's no doubt about it right now. Sora over in lane 1 is holding that lead and that first place position.
I tell you, this is getting pretty exciting as we come down. It looks like Orion starting to peel away. But those 2 crews behind them are not going to let them go without working for it. Especially with this tailwind, it's a quick race. These last 750 meters, it's time to go. It's going to blow this way.
And Orion now starting to push away from OKC, holding an advantage of about a 1 length or so, I'd say, over Oklahoma, which means it is Sora in lane 1, still holding first, but Orion holding on to that qualifying position in second place. And it looks like Columbus Development Camp has fallen maybe a little bit off the pace. So it's Sora in first, Orion in second, and OKC in third. But Orion not looking back now as we close in on the final 400 meters.
And like you said, Orion, they've really bumped it up here, and it looks like they want to make a push. They want to push Sora in that lane 1. They want to get in that top position. As we come into the last 300 meters, we'll see how it shakes out.
And now just shy of the 250 meter mark. We see Sora in lane 1, still making a nice push up there in the front of the pack. And a bit of a challenge for the Orion shell on the far side.
But a great row out of this Sora crew coming out of lane 1. Generally, the favored lanes are 3 and 4, then 2 and 5. So to come out of lane 1 for a big performance like this is a great row for this crew. Usually the top finishers in the time trial are seated in the center lane, so great row by Sora here to win this semifinal. They'll move on, they'll row again tomorrow, chasing the medals. And right behind them is Orion. They will take that second qualifying spot, and we'll see them tomorrow in the grand final. But again, a great race from all these crews, hotly contested down the course, and a lot of great racing going on, so we love to see it. All right, folks, now we'll transition back to some of the bigger boats. We have the women's intermediate 8, semifinal 1. There are 2 semifinals this event, so you got to be in the top half. You got to be top 3 if you want to compete for a medal tomorrow. We take you to start from left to right. You'll have the under 18 girls high performance team B, and we have a start as you see the Vesper crew here in lane 4. Left to right, the U18 girls HP team B, Riverside B, U19 women's selection camp, Vesper, U18 girls high performance team A, and the Minnesota development camp. So this should be a great race across the board. Again, we have Vesper, we have Riverside, 2 great clubs with a lot of history. A development camp out of Minnesota. We have our under 18 high performance team. They have 2 entries in this event, and the under 19 women's selection camp. They've got a boat here. So should be a great race. Just a little lag in our camera there. Again, folks, we have a lot of wireless technology going on, and being 2,000 meters away from that start, every once in a while, just a little hiccup in that transition. But we'll get it back to you any second now. There we go. Again, no worries, because our perfect voices are hardwired to your computers. So it's just imagine, close your eyes and you're listening to NPR.
We'll guide you through the race.
I'll talk nice and soft right into the microphone for you. A little light jazz in the background, and bam, it's an 8th race.
Oh, man. But we are back to the big boats, which are certainly fun to watch. So as soon as we get the screen back going, which it looks like we're almost there, we'll have a bit more of an update for you on margins.
All right, as we go to the drone and the army of geese that seem to have formed some sort of blockade across the course. I don't think that will end well for them. A lot of strong women coming down the course now in these 8s, and quite frankly, I hope that they destroy the geese. It looks like in lane 3, the under 19 women's selection camp. Again, a very impressive group here. Looks like they have poked their bow out in front, but behind them, it looks like it's anybody's race. Lane 6 in the Minnesota Development Camp, they're in there, they're fighting. They have dropped back just a bit, but outside of that, I'd say it's anybody's game for these top 3 positions as we roll through just about 1,000 meters in this race.
And definitely a really nice push from the under 19 women's selection camp. No big surprise there, but they now are clearly in command of this race, holding an open water lead over the rest of the field. And great to see the under 18 high performance team in here as well. So it's looking like it's a young woman's game here as they come through the body of the race with both of those crews performing quite well at the moment. But the U19 boat is moving and they are not looking back.
What a shot there from the drone. We got 5 boats. The selection camp crew, they're really establishing themselves as the dominant crew in this race. But behind them, 4 boats. Looks like contact, they're very close to it between all 4. Great racing. Again, of these 5 crews you see here, 3 of them will move on tomorrow to the grand final. And 2 of them will be a little disappointed after this race.
And a little bit of a club battle happening in the back of this pack, at least between Riverside and Vesper, it looks like. Those 2 crews pretty tight right now, but again, Kyle, as you rightly say, it's 3 to advance. So while there is a battle happening back there, it's really all about who is in those top 3 spots right now. It looks like Vesper may be pushing Riverside a little bit back at the moment. No doubt about it, it's the under 19 crew leading, and pretty close between under 18 for the second qualifying position in both lanes 1 and lane 5. And the under 19 women's selection camp gaining even more water now as they approach the 500 to go.
You know, I've heard that at that selection camp they train in Connecticut near the Coast Guard Academy, and many mornings they can hear the national anthem play as they're rowing by, belted out of the Coast Guard Academy. That's
awesome.
got to be quite an experience, and no doubt is one of the key reasons why they're doing so well today.
I think that's the number 1 reason. It's got to be.
What a great experience in terms of patriotism and spirit.
I love it.
To be at a USRowing national team selection camp and row by one of our military academies and hear our national anthem belted out.
Very, very cool. And so it looks like the under 18 boats are battling for second, I believe, over in lane 1 and 5.
Yes, quite a battle heating up there. It could be an all U.S. rowing advancement here for those top 3 spots. Again, the under 19 selection camp dominating out in front as we come into the last 250 meters here. But as you said, Colleen, lanes 1, lane 5, the under 18 high performance team, they are really in the thick of this, and they want to. I'm sure there's a lot of rivalry there just between the squad of who's going to win this. There'll
100%.
be a lot of talk in the van back to the hotel about who was able to capture this race.
And always fun, of course, between an A boat and a B boat, particularly when all 16 athletes are this talented, because they can really be pretty close. And it's looking like that's how it's developing, though right now the under 19.
And oh boy, this could get interesting. We have a launch boat that seems to be stuck at the finish line, and the boats are charging through. My money's on the boats because these girls are hauling on it.
We might see some.
It's your under 19 women's selection camp. They win this semifinal. Behind them in lane 1, it's the under 18 crew. And in that third qualifying spot, in lane 5, it's our other under 18 high performance camp team. Following them, we have Vesper and Riverside. And then on lane 6, the Minnesota Development Camp. Again, folks, on your camera, you see we have a launch. Every once in a while, when you're driving these launches, you can clip these buoys. The buoys are held on. There's an underwater cable system that holds these courses in. The buoys are tethered to them, and every once in a while, one of those propellers can get sucked up right up underneath those, and it can be a a real headache for the launch operator.
Well
So
done
hopefully
to the
they can get that
coxswains.
fixed and take
Not
care of
letting-
that. But we'll take you back to the start, where just like that, we're going to have our second semifinal of the women's intermediate 8. From lane 1 to lane 6, you will have Row West Racing Camp B, Ready Set Row, Riverside, Greenwich, Row West Racing Camp A, and the New York Athletic Club. And there you see a shot of the Riverside Boat Club. Looks like the crews are just getting locked in now. And any second now, we should be able to get an attention and go call, and we'll take you to it.
How's that launch doing? On the Cambridge side.
Also, folks, just the unknown soldiers here are often our referees and officials. For those of you keeping track, we are basically right on schedule, maybe a minute ahead, a minute behind, depending on the race. And when you have 7-minute centers and a lot of small boats and a lot of intermediate crews and a lot of action going on in this kind of wind, that is no small feat. So hats off to our referees, our officials, and really our crews and their coxswains, doing a great job, everybody being in the right place at the right time to make sure that this regatta can keep moving smoothly, and we can get out of here by 5 o'clock and not go to any bars or restaurants.
No way. So,
All right, and we have that official boat. They have been cleared of that buoy. A massive rescue effort at the finish line, and we have overcome that. So we are clear to resume racing. So we should get a start any second now. And we'll probably have a hot turnaround in these next few races to make up those 2 or 3 minutes there. Again, those buoy lines, it's quite an intricate network underneath the water that you don't see that holds all those buoys perfectly in line. It's pretty impressive when you look at it, especially from the drone or an overhead camera. Having most of these courses have almost 2,000 or 3,000 buoys that hold in the lanes, and obviously very critical to the racing, and something that can go unacknowledged. But every once in a while, you can clip them with a propeller. Part of the cost of doing business. All right, and it looks like we're just about ready to get started in this second and final semi of the women's intermediate 8. Again, top 3 will advance to tomorrow's final. A shot here of the Greenwich crew in lane 4, and they're off. Looks like a clean start here. again, from this view, left to right, you'll have Row West Racing Camp B, Ready Set Row, Riverside, Greenwich, Row West Racing Camp, and the New York Athletic Club.
So 2 semifinals in this event, which means, again, 3 to qualify. So looking to round out that final for tomorrow. And we'll have margins in just a moment here.
Just a little skip on the video. Again, we had to bring all those launches down here to help get that buoy undone. So getting our equipment back up there to make sure we have cameras in place and the relays in place, and there we go. So again, a clean start. You're looking at lane 4, the Greenwich crew, and to your left, you have lane 3, the Riverside crew. Those two seem to have a great start out here. And just peeking in on the right, lane 5, the Row West Racing Camp. Looks like a pretty tight event so far. Again, this is the final semi, so these are the last 3 spots they're fighting for tomorrow's final.
And so far looking like it's a pretty clean start. Now we'll pick up the drone shot. And as we get a little bit closer, start to see how this race is playing out. But a nice fast start, I'd say, from all of these competitors.
Looks like lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5 have started to just peek their nose out just a hair against the rest of the field. So that would be Ready Set Row, Riverside, Greenwich, and Row West Racing Camp. Those 4 starting to poke out. Lane 1, we have Row West Racing Camp B. They are not out of it. And lane 6, New York Athletic Club, they're still fighting along. But again, only 3 crews will be able to move on to tomorrow's final. And in these 8th races that go pretty quickly, you've got to make moves pretty early if you want to really stay in that contention. A lot of times what happens is the party starts, and if you're not ready, you can get dropped pretty quick in these races, and you may run out of room before you can wind them back up. So it's important to be aggressive and to hang tough as you get going in these races. This is great here. We have on the overhead view 4 boats almost dead level. It looks like lane 2, the Ready Set Row crew, they are maybe have a deck out over the field. And then lane 3, Riverside, maybe just a hair back off the pace. But overall, we have about 4 crews dead level. 3 of them will go on. And as we roll through about 800 meters, we'll see how this will spread out.
And a nice push, too, from Greenwich. No surprise there, but as you say, Ready Set Row really pushing out about a deck, maybe now about a half a length over Riverside Boat Club. But Greenwich and Row West in lanes 4 and 5, pushing their bow balls out. So becoming a bit of a 3-boat race here, and that is, kind of what we expect. These crews really going after those 3 qualifying positions. And beautiful work from Ready Set Row, even starting to push themselves out a little bit more over Riverside, who sits next to them, but really Greenwich and Row West Racing Camp are sticking right with them. So this is becoming an exciting race very fast.
And again, these women are going to want to have that preferred lane tomorrow. They see the conditions today, they see the wind, and they're going to want to make sure that they're in that best position to get themselves on that medal stand tomorrow. So 3rd place is not always, obviously you want to be in that 1, 2, 3 position at minimum, but if you're this tight, you want to really sell it and make sure that you can get the most bang for your buck out of this race.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I think even too, the race for lanes is somewhat mental. So absolutely the wind, or even if it's just a little bit of wind, plays a factor, and that's why they seed lanes. But it's also just a nice little bit of a confidence boost, I think, being able to pick up the favored lane. So no reason, even in these top 3 spots to shut down by any means. I expect that we'll see a really nice push as they come through. And as you can see from the drone, still 4 boats really leading the field right now. The Riverside starts to fall back just a touch, which means it's Ready, Set, Row, Greenwich, and Row West, who own those qualifying positions at the moment.
And as we roll through about 400 meters to go, we'll see if there is anything left to throw at it to get into that mix. But it looks like our leader is still holding strong.
And yep, Ready, Set, Row, absolutely setting the pace, setting the tone of this race right now. Really nice push from Greenwich. Greenwich now holding a lead over Row West. And Riverside and Row West, rather, I think really battling for that 3rd place position. Riverside keeping their bow ball in it. This is an exciting race, folks. Again, it's a race for 3rd. So these crews will need your support on the shore. But if you're in that Riverside crew, you're sprinting fast as you can to claim one of those qualifying positions. Man, the 8s are fun. And we're seeing the best of it right now in the women's intermediate 8 semifinal. It's Ready, Set, Row to take it.
All right, here we go. 4 boats, 3 go on. Wow, very tight. 1, 2. I'm going to say it's Ready, Set, Row. And lane 5, I'm going to give it to Row West Rowing Camp just over Riverside. So I'm going to say Ready, Set, Row, followed by Greenwich, followed by Row West Racing Camp. The crew stroked by Miller. Very close though. Don't hold me to that, but that's what my eye would say. Very great race though. Impressive racing across the board. That's what it's all about. All right, and we already have a start here in the men's intermediate Cox 4 semifinal 1. 2 semifinals in this event. So again, you want to be top 3. We got the drone view here. So your leaders here in the center of the screen, lane 3 on top, New York Athletic Club. Lane 4 underneath them, the Vesper Club. The top of your screen on the left, we have another entry from the New York Athletic Club. So again, top 3 here will advance. Looks like we have 2 boats have kind of separated from the pack. They're our leaders, and then 2 more fighting for that 3rd qualifying position between the New York Athletic Club B entry and the Mendota B entry. So looks like some hot racing coming down the track. You'll want to grab a spot on the shore for this one. How about that last race though? What a finish.
Oh man. Especially in the 8s that move so fast. So fun to see those types of finishes. And really, again, the spirit of racing, the spirit of club racing.
And really just no room for error.
Nope.
When you think about, when you get into those 3rd 500s, a lot of times you're thinking about all those little things that can go wrong, and it's really important that you stay composed, you stay tough, and you hang in there.
Absolutely.
Because it only takes one guy or one gal in that boat to take one off stroke, and it can totally change the dynamic of a race.
For sure. And Nyack getting work done over in lane 3.
And it looks like Mendota has pulled into that third position over that second New York Athletic Club entry. But again, still about 600 meters to go, so a lot of racing, a lot of time if they want to make a move.
And Vesper holding an advantage over Nyack right now by a little less than a length, but a little more than a half a length, so about a 3/4 of a length lead. Those two, though, leading the pack in the men's intermediate 4, semi 1 of 2.
And right before we wind this one up in the last 350, I do have to make a correction in that last race. That third qualifying position actually went to Riverside. Riverside over Road West Racing Camp by 0.012 seconds.
Wow.
So 1/100th of a second was the difference. So every stroke counts. And as we come into the finish of this one, again, we have Mendota in that third position, but hotly contested by that second New York AC entry. Still looks like Vesper and New York Athletic Club are our two leaders, but for that third spot, it's anybody's game.
And again, we've seen excellent racing out of Vesper today.
And the New York Athletic Club, they will win this semifinal, followed by New York Athletic Club B. So it's all Nyack for 1 and 2. And for that third spot, it looks like Vesper, but a last-minute charge by Greenwich. But it will be Vesper. Vesper will get that third spot. So New York Athletic Club will send 2 boats, and Vesper will round out the pack heading into tomorrow's grand final. And wrapping up now, we have Mendota, a great race by all the crews. And we'll head right back up to the start, and we'll get you that second semifinal of the men's intermediate Cox 4. A lot of action in this heat as well. We have from your left to your right, looking at the screen now from the starting line, PNRA Mercer in lane 1, Riverfront Recapture lane 2, Mendota lane 3, Vesper B lane 4, Cal Berkeley Development Camp lane 5, and the under 18 B high performance team in lane 6. So clean start here. Again, more geese. Hopefully they were hit by the boats or the oars. And we're driving down the course. Looks like they're about 500 in. We'll pick them up on the drone as soon as we can.
And a clean start across the board, although well now into that first 500 and moving into the body of the race for semifinal number 2.
What a great shot too, just down the course again. The Crown Plaza in the backdrop, and the finish line area and the tents and all the crews. What a beautiful course here in New Jersey on a nice summer day. You really can't beat being out here in the sun with all this great racing going on, these young men and women throwing down some impressive performances. And as we come through about 1,000 meters, it looks like the center of the course, or the center of the field here, Mendota, Vesper, they have started just to peek out just a bit.
And just waiting now for the drones to pick up this shot. To find out who will take those 3 qualifying spots to round out the men's intermediate 4.
Pretty tight pack here. It looks like this could be a pretty exciting last 1,000 meters out of these crews. We've got a lot of talent in these crews. You think about Riverfront Recapture. They've had a lot of great performances so far today. Mendota, some tough guys out of Wisconsin there that just beating each other up all year, all summer, having a lot of fun, throwing down. A lot of great racing out of that club. Vesper, again, very historic club on Boathouse Row here in Philadelphia. Cal Berkeley, one of the top programs in the country. Great to see them out here with some guys in the development camp doing some racing on our under 18 team. PNRA Mercer, one of the top clubs. So it'll be a lot of exciting racing as we pick up the drone here. It looks like Mendota having a great row there in lane 3. Vesper B right behind him, as well as PNRA Mercer.
Yeah.
So it looks like your leaders right now, Mendota, again, top 3 will advance. And as you can see on the screen now, we've got 4 boats really fighting it out. Mendota, right behind them, you've got Vesper, you've got PNRA Mercer. As we come into 500 to go, a great race out of that Mercer crew. They're really winding it up. It looks like they've taken the 2nd place position, and they're winding it up, walking into Mendota here. They've brought the rate up. They want to get a piece of this pie and take this semifinal. Mendota fighting it off, though, and here comes Vesper. They've responded. And lane 2, Riverfront Recapture. They're moving in. The whole field is closing up. It's going to be a great last 40 strokes here. Cal Berkeley, they're still in it. If they can make a big press, they can still be in this 3rd position. But it looks like we have 4 boats, 3 spots. And it's going to come down to the last 20 here. And who can find one more gear and shift speed one more time. So near to far, if you're watching from the shore, we have PNRA Mercer, Riverfront Recapture, Mendota, and Vesper B. These 4 boats fighting for 3 spots.
And it's only getting tighter.
All right, it looks, I'm going to give the advantage to Mendota right now. But PNRA Mercer, they're coming up. Vesper, they're coming up. Riverfront Recapture, they've brought the rate up. Is it going to be enough? It's going to be really close to the line, folks.
Wow.
Mendota by a seat. This Mercer crew, though, they're coming up, and so is Riverfront Recapture. It's Mendota, it's Vesper, and it's, I'm going to say, Riverfront Recapture.
Yeah.
But that was close. I'm going to say Mendota, Vesper, Riverfront Recapture. Just over PNRA Mercer.
Incredible race.
But we'll have to go back to the results for that one because, as you know, I blew the last one for you. But what a race. What a great semifinal there. Everybody fighting down to the wire. That's what it's all about. Good on all these guys out there racing. So your unofficial results for the first heat were New York AC, and Vesper. And we'll give you those results for this last semifinal as they come up. Just like that, though, we head back to the start for the men's intermediate lightweight double semifinal 1. Top 3 advance to the final tomorrow. And it looks like lane 3, Vesper, has really pushed out to a dominating lead early on here. Lane 5, the New York Athletic Club, they look to be in that 2nd position. And lane 2, I'm going to butcher this. I always butcher this name. I apologize to this crew. Conshotgun. The crew of Hannon and Ward. They're in that 3rd spot. So those 3 in the position to qualify for tomorrow's final. But still about 700-800 meters to go. And we'll see how it shakes out in these last 2 minutes.
And a nice push from Vesper. Up at the front of the field. With an open water lead, really over the full length of the field. Pretty spread out here, I'd say, for the men's intermediate lightweight double semi 1. Vesper shot out, and it looks like they're continuing to gain water now into the middle of the race.
And just an update on that previous semifinal. It was Mendota, Vesper B, Riverfront Recapture, and then PNRA Mercer. So Riverfront Recapture besting out PNRA Mercer by 0.012 seconds So a hundredth of a second to get that third spot. So again, back-to-back racings or back-to-back events where every single stroke really, really counts, and you got to make sure that you leave nothing to chance. So good on these crews for duking it out wire to wire.
And now already coming into the last 300 meters or so for the men's intermediate lightweight single. We saw Vesper, one of our early leaders. They are still out ahead at a nice solid race pace, but looking very comfortable and really sending the boat out between strokes. And looks like Nyack hanging with them. But Vesper, our clear leader here, now coming into the final 20 strokes or so.
Very strong performance here by Vesper. Out in front, out in control. Nice long rowing in this tailwind here. Very strong finish.
And in lane 2, Conshohocken now coming through.
And New York AC and Conshohocken, those will be your other two qualifiers in this race, in this first semifinal of the men's intermediate lightweight double. Those three crews will race again tomorrow, and we'll take you right back up to the start for semifinal 2 of the men's intermediate lightweight double. Again, top 3 will advance. Got a view of the Vesper crew here. They're in lane 3. As they blast off and we pan out from your left to the right, lane 1 will have Riverside, or sorry, OKC High Performance. Lane 2, North Jersey Composite. Lane 3, Orion. Lane 4, Vesper. And we have a start. As you see lane 4, that Vesper crew. To their right will be Miami. And to their right, lane 6, GMS. So it should be a great race here in the men's intermediate double. These are for the last 3 spots in tomorrow's final. Nice start here by that Vesper crew. Nice and clean, nice and sharp, nice and aggressive.
And as the camera pans out, wouldn't be surprised to see them in the lead. We'll know more in just a moment, but a really nice horizontal press right now coming out of that boat, and it's that cadence, that rhythm is really working for them.
Yeah, it just looks relaxed, looks long. A lot of times off the start you see crews, they look frantic. There's a lot of push to get out in front, and you want to make sure you're in a good position. But a nice start there out of that Vesper crew. Looks very cool, calm, collected. And just coming into view now, on the left of that Vesper crew, we have lane 3, Orion, also looking nice and clean. And to their right, on the other side, we have Miami. Some nice rowing there. Folks, too, also when you think about in the tailwind, it's important to have that sharp, aggressive catch. You don't want to miss any water. You want to pick that boat right up because it's light in the wind. So it's important to have nice, clean blades here, and we're seeing some nice, impressive rowing from these crews. Not a lot of splashing, a little bit of chop from the water, but not a lot of blades splashing or heavy catches, heavy releases. Just some nice, clean rowing. Great to see.
Maybe the best line I've seen coming out of that Vesper shell as far as the coxless boats go. I mean, from the camera view that we're looking at, they have just gone completely straight. So really, kudos to the bowmen right now and to that shell. They just look very together, very synchronized.
Yeah, very impressive. And a lot of times you find, too, the better you're rowing, the more straight the boat will just go. A lot of times you find in a boat, if it's not really matching up well, especially in a pair or a straight 4, it doesn't want to go straight. But once you start clicking together better, it just seems to want to pan out nice and smooth. And all these boats doing a great job here. That's a very important part of the race. It's great to see.
And now approaching the 1,000-meter mark. We'll pick up the drone shot.
All right, and it looks like lane 3, lane 4, lane 5, those three have started to separate, especially that lane 3, that Orion crew. They've poked their head out in first. But again, still only about 1,000 meters in, so a lot of racing to go here. A lot can happen in these events. Again, top 3 will advance to tomorrow's final. So you want to make sure that you're at least in that top 3 position. But again, conditions can change. Winds can be variable. Everybody seems to always think that one lane is better than the other. So you want to make sure that you put yourself in the position to be in that best lane.
And moving through the middle part of this race, still pretty tightly packed, I would say.
So just looking at the forecast for tomorrow too, it looks like similar kind of conditions. Winds will be around the same speeds in that, 4 to 8 mile per hour range with some gusts that could get into the low teens. So crews got to be aware of that when they're racing today and make sure that they can get a good survey of the field, A, but also, again, that lane placement can be critical, making sure that you get the best advantage in those finals tomorrow, because that's when it really counts.
And for now, Vesper continuing to lead. Correction, rather than Orion continuing to lead.
And hot on their tails, we have that Vesper crew and a nice row out of this Miami crew. But over in lane 1, the OKC High Performance Center, they've started to kind of creep their way up there on the inside. And they may actually be in that 3rd place position already. Really duking it out with that Miami crew. And what's interesting is they're not going to have a lot of visibility of each other as we come into the last 500 here, because they're 4 lanes apart.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a real battle of these 2 crews on the outside of the lead spear here. 4 boats, 3 spots.
And now picking up the last stretch of this race, the last 300 meters or so. Race for those top 3 qualifying positions.
And the last 30 strokes. That inside lane, OKC, they're really making a push. From here, it looks like they may even be in 2nd place. Again, we have our leaders, Orion. They're having a great race. Orion from Saratoga pushing away. Behind them, it's Vesper, it's OKC, and it looks like Miami has dropped just off the pace a little bit. About 15 strokes to go. Orion, they will be your winner in this 2nd semifinal as they put on a nice little press through the finish line. And for that 2-3 position, for that lane placement, it looks like I'm going to give it to, actually, on the inside, OKC. They took it. Vesper looked like they shut it down just a stroke too early before the line, and I'm going to say that OKC got that 2nd place spot. We'll have to check the official results, but either way, both those crews will move on to the final tomorrow. And we'll take you back up to the top. Already in progress, we have the men's intermediate single semifinal 1. There'll be 3 semifinals in this event, so top 2 make it through. All right, folks. Just a quick break in the action here. Coming up next, we have our men's intermediate singles semifinal one. Again, 3 semifinals in this event. So you'll need to be top 2. This event's scheduled to start in just about 2 minutes here. 3:51 start time. There was an extra 7-minute center built into the schedule here. Obviously, as you know, sometimes we have breakage. We need to rerun a race. We need to restart a race. There can be a protest. There could be an obstacle in the water. Things can get behind, so we build in these little breaks to the schedule. And it also just gives the referees and everybody a chance to exhale for once and, you know, maybe get a sip of water, take a seat for 30 seconds, and then recharge and get the rest of these races going. So we'll get this going any second now for you. But a great day here at Camden County Park, Cooper River, refurbished race course, ready to go for some elite racing this afternoon. Looking at the schedule for the rest of this afternoon, we've got 3 semifinals of the men's intermediate single. It's going to be some great racing going on there. Then just like that, we're going to roll into the women's intermediate pair. 2 semifinals of that. Then we'll have the women's elite and senior singles and the men's elite and senior singles. So that'll be some great racing, some of the best scullers in the country. They'll be throwing down. There'll be some great racing there. We have some former Olympians competing in some of those events, so some great racing. And then we'll also have the men's elite senior 4, Coxed 4, 2 semifinals of that, and a lot of action there. So we're going to have some great racing, a lot of action. You'll want to stay tuned in, and we'll bring you to it. Also, if you haven't had a chance yet, make sure you get down to the finish line. Check out all our great vendors, USRowing, all the boat manufacturers, the apparel, do some shopping. We got USRowing CEO Pat McNeary's here, Director Susan Smith. We got a lot of great staff. You can check on your membership, renew your membership, upgrade it to a championship membership, because you don't want to be standard, folks. You want to be a champion, right? You don't want to be a regular member. You don't want to be an administrative member. You want to be a championship member. So make sure you get there and you upgrade your membership to a championship member. You can do that online as well. Make sure you go to usrowing.org. You can upgrade your membership, set up auto renewal, get your magazines, do your shopping, get your gear. A lot of great resources there too. You can also tweet at us. I'm sure there's a lot of complaints about my commentary, so at USRowing, send them there, not to me. Again, so we got this men's intermediate single coming up. Looks like the crews have locked in. We'll wait for the aligner and then we'll have a start here. But again, a lot of great action going on. We got about another hour of racing here this afternoon, and we'll be back with you tomorrow also for some great racing that starts bright and early. A whole day's full of racing there tomorrow. And we have a start in the men's intermediate single. Here you can see lane 4, Mr. Kimber from Texas. If the uni didn't give it away enough, the great state of Texas. He's come all the way up here to New Jersey to throw down, and he's had a nice clean start. We pan to his right, and you'll see Mr. Moore from McCallie School. Looks like he's also had a nice little start here, nice and clean, humming along. Again, left to right here on your screen, you'll have Mr. Reelick from Penn AC, Mr. Neal from Undine, Mr. Petronic from Pittsburgh, the Steel City, Mr. Kimber from Texas, Mr. Moore from McCallie School, and Mr. Moss from Pioneer Valley Riverfront Club. Actually, an update, Mr. Moss has scratched his entry in lane 6, so we will not see him in this race. 5 boats, 2 will go on to tomorrow's final. 2 of these gentlemen will have an opportunity to race for the medals tomorrow. All right, and as the crews come up on about 500 meters in, looks like a nice race developing here. Again, these singles, these races can be a little bit longer, so there can be a little bit more strategy to it, a little more action back and forth. Again, the 8s, the faster boats, a lot of times, if you get dropped early, you may not have an opportunity to be able to wind all the way back up and catch back to the pack. However, in these smaller boats, there's a lot more time and there's a lot more strategy. Some people like to sit back in that first half of the race and really pour on towards the second half when other crews may be getting fatigued. Some people like to really pour on early and establish themselves in the front of the pack and then try to hang on towards the end. Some people try to do a little mix of all that. So you see a lot of different strategies playing out here. And it'll be interesting to see how that goes, especially these intermediate and elite rowers that we have coming up in the next hour. A lot more, they know their bodies. They know if they're a strong starter, if they're a strong finisher, if they have better endurance, if they have better power. They're good off the line. They're good when it's tight in the end. So a lot of strategy comes into this sometimes, and just the general toughness and fitness that always encompasses rowing. Wind has calmed down just a bit. Still a few gusts here and there. But overall, the course is doing really well. Just a little bit of small chop in the worst areas. Very rowable, very protected. Again, a great course here on the Cooper River. Great place to host our national championship. All right, we go to the drone. And I totally jinxed myself with that wind gust there, because as soon as I said the wind was calming down, we got a nice little breeze through here. But it looks like at this point, lane 3, Mr. Petronic from Pittsburgh, the Steel City. He is your leader as we come through 1,000 meters. Again, only 2 will move on here. And it looks like lane 1, Mr. Reelick from Penn AC. He's your next man through. But it's close, it's very close. Lanes 2, lanes 4. Mr. Neal from Undine. Mr. Kimber from Texas. They want to make sure they get in that final tomorrow. They're not going to roll over without a fight. But so far, lane 3, Mr. Petronic out in front. Very impressive performance here. Again on the inside, lane 1, Mr. Reelick from Penn AC. He's your next man through. Again, 4 boats here. 2 will go on to the final tomorrow. Mr. Petronic, he is your leader. Humming along, nice and control there. Controlled rate, nice long, easy rowing. And it looks like lane 4, Mr. Kimber is starting to put on a little bit of a push here from Texas. You know they go big in Texas, so I'm expecting something big in the last 500. Big move or big blow up, you never know. Looks like Mr. Petronic keeps pushing out. Lane 2, Mr. Neal trying to hang on, but it looks like Mr. Reelick from Penn AC has the advantage. As we roll through about 350 to go, those 2 are in the qualifying position for tomorrow's final. All right, and coming into the last 250 here, Mr. Petronic from Pittsburgh. Maintaining the lead, rowing long and strong here, doing Pittsburgh proud. 3 Rivers, Heinz Field, PNC Park. And it looks like a little crab or a problem in that Texas boat, but really hot on the inside, lane 1. Mr. Reelick, Mr. Neal, Penn AC, Undine, a battle from Philly, but it looks like lane 1. Mr. Reelick, he's going to take it. So Mr. Petronic, Mr. Neal, those 2 will be your qualifiers for tomorrow's final. Great race there, though. Great race all the way wire to wire. And before you know it, we'll be right back up at the top. We've got the second semifinal hot on the heels. Men's intermediate single semi 2. Lane 1 to 6, near to far. Got Mr. Stanhope from OKC, Mr. Higgins from Undine, Mr. Leganowski from Maritime, Mr. Stanhope from OKC, Mr. Salazar from GMS, and Mr. Callaway from Riverside. And I heard a little applause for the crews over there, so that's great. All right, and we're looking at OKC here as we have it start in semifinal 2 of the men's intermediate single. Again, top 2 will advance to tomorrow's final. And oh, wow, did you see that?
What happened? A goose?
OKC nailed that goose. Man, I hope that he took him out. And it looks like we're going to have a restart of that race, folks.
Good.
Wow. I hope that YouTube was able to preserve that image, because that was excellent. Unfortunate for Mr. Stanhope, but great for everybody else. You know, everybody wins when you really just nail those geese. There's really no loser except for the goose, but
except for the
if you're a goose, you're a loser. So for those of you just tuning in, all day we've had great racing, but we've also had really an invasion of these geese. It's really it's unbelievable. So it was about time that somebody did something. So hats off to OKC and putting their foot down and just whacking one of those guys out. As a good, nice hit with the blade, quality concept 2 blade, just bam, back to the back of the head. So outstanding.
And very fortunate that it happened in the first 100 meters.
Yes, that's actually very critical that it happened so early so that you can have your, I believe now they call it misadventure, but I'm not, misadventure, breakage, whatever the term, I have to defer to our outstanding referee crew. But we're able to restart that race, and we'll get that for you any second now. But man, these geese, they are just a real menace. The docks, they're just all over, the mess.
They're no friend to rowing.
And you know, there's a million people making a lot of money on ways to try and get rid of them between those little sonar clicker sensors that don't seem to scare them away and the water. But man, they're hanging out. They want some more. They seem to have massed up in that lane.
You know, at Northeastern we had a plastic wolf that would sit on the dock and scare them away.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I believe you used to have 2, right?
Probably,
and I think
probably row right by them.
I saw there was one there the other day, but I don't know about that.
Yeah, to deter them from the dock.
But it looks like they're lining up, and they're about to square it up for another fight. They've moved over one lane. So instead of OKC, it's going to be on Mr. Leganowski from Maritime. I hope he's up for the task of taking out one of these geese because they are not moving, and they need to be taught a lesson. Really, if you think about it, they're Canadian geese, I believe, right?
What's that?
Are they Canadian geese?
I think so.
So they're almost an invasive species at this point. So
there's way too many of them, I'll tell you that.
And it looks like we're getting locked back in, so we'll
looking for geese.
Yeah, survey the field.
Yeah.
And make sure that they're all cleared out of there.
He's laughing though. He's in good spirits.
You know, maybe it's a time to start a discussion about returning to the use of a starter gun, kind of like they do at a track meet. Because I think a few blasts of that thing, and those geese will know what that means real fast.
Agreed.
Also, just a big shout out to all our volunteers up there on the start line. I don't know if you can see in the camera, we have this one young lady there on the stake boat, but we have 6 stake boats going up there, our referee crew in the tower. If you're on those stake boats, it's currently low 90s degrees out there and plentiful sunshine, so you are baking on those things. And it can be quite a long day. And, you know, so hats off to them for holding the boats.
It's also a real, and absolutely, big thanks to them. It's also a really fun way to watch racing.
It is, yes.
If you're into that, to be right up there and see some really cool starts.
And we're off. Take 2. Sans the geese. And a great start again out of OKC, Mr. Stanhope. And as the other crews come into view, we'll get a better idea of what's going on. Hopefully no more misadventure there. And there you have a view of Mr. Salazar from GMS, that bright red rigger.
And it looks pretty clean start as far as we can see. As you said, no geese, and Ethan Stanhope of OKC is quick out of the gates.
All right, and as we kind of pan across the field, it looks like lanes 3, 4, and 5. Mr. Leganowski from Maritime, Mr. Stanhope from OKC, and Mr. Salazar from GMS. They look to have poked out just a little bit over the field, but again, these races can be a little strategic, and there is time for anybody to make sure that they can get in that 1-2 position. Again, with 3 semifinals in this event, you want to make sure that you are top 2 to punch your ticket into tomorrow's final and compete for that championship.
And we'll see what margins look like once we switch over to the drone, but all of these guys doing a really nice job right now steering, but I'd say especially Stanhope from OKC, really nice straight point there. And of course, this race has 2 OKC entries and 2 brothers, both with the last name Stanhope.
So not just pride and qualification for the final, but also bragging rights coming up in this race. As we switch over to the overhead drone, and it looks like, yes, lane 3, Mr. Leganowski from Maritime really separating himself from the field here. But behind him, it's anybody's game for that second qualification position. Still we're coming up on about 1,000 meters into the race. So a lot of time for a lot of things to happen. Again, Mr. Leganowski, he's really the standout of this race. Wow. He separated out multiple lengths of open water over the field. Very impressive performance. But beyond him, it's anybody's game for that second qualifying spot. The all-important second place in this race to get into that final tomorrow.
But wow, look at William Leganowski of Maritime, definitely in control of this race from very early on. So we see the drone on the screen panning over. Leganowski is out pretty far ahead in lane 3. But now taking a look at lanes 1 and 2 with Will Stanhope of OKC and Jack Higgins of Undine. Then in lane 3, the Maritime sculler Leganowski out pretty far ahead. Then Ethan Stanhope of OKC in lane 4. Nicholas Salazar of GMS in lane 5. And then on the far side, Graham Calloway of Riverside Boat Club. And Leganowski continuing to hold his first place position. Nice racing from Undine by Jack Higgins in lane 2. But it is Leganowski really, again, holding that lead. And in lane 2, it looks like running behind him a few lengths back is Jack Higgins of Undine. Again, it's 2 to advance. So the field pretty spread out now, and it continues to stay that way. I'd say margins are staying pretty consistent. Leganowski of Maritime, though, with that lead. As all of these scullers now approach the final stretch of this race. Will be interesting to see how William Leganowski's time compares against the rest of the field, but right now he is certainly the clear leader in this semifinal number 2.
What a great shot from that overhead drone still. Just a beautiful view of this beautiful park as we come into the last, well, 250 for our leader, Mr. Leganowski, and about 300, 350 for the rest of our our field. What an impressive performance by him. Still thundering away in his tail end, just taking advantage. And from the side, I'm sure he's working very, very hard. But from the side, just looks like he's out for a nice, strong, I wouldn't call it easy paddle, but a firm press. And he's just walking away from the field, continues to take more and more advantage every stroke. He will win this semifinal. Behind him in lane 2, Mr. Higgins looks to be our second qualifier, but we'll see if anyone can throw anything at him in the last 20 strokes. It wouldn't be the strangest thing we've seen happen in this race. And as we come to the line, Mr. Higgins, he will hang on to that second place position, and he'll be your second qualifier along with Mr. Leganowski for tomorrow's final. But a great race behind him, lane 1, lane 4. Mr. Stanhope, the two Stanhope brothers, very close between them for that number 3 spot. Great race overall. And we'll take you right back up to the start again for our third and final semifinal of the men's intermediate single. Again, this is for the last 2 spots in tomorrow's final. Already in progress, you'll see on your screen from your left to your right. Lane 1, Mr. Flint from Portland. Lane 2, Mr. Cronin from Potomac. Lane 3, Mr. Treblecock from Foundry. Lane 4, Mr. Lechner, rowing unaffiliated. Lane 5, Mr. Thompson from OKC. And lane 6, Mr. Hallenbeck from Orion. Looks like everybody's made it off the line unscathed as we get into this first 500 here. It looks like lanes 2, 3, and 4 just a little bit poking out, but everybody's still in it at this point. A very tight field across. Again, we're zipping that drone up to the top. I tell you folks, this drone is unbelievable. Literally hovers in the air, perfectly still in these winds. You fly it up and down, wireless, high definition, these images coming all the way to you, all the way down the race course with this incredible overhead view. Then after this race, again, we will get into the women's intermediate pairs, and then we get into some of the elite and senior events to wrap off the day. So a lot of exciting racing still to come in this final hour of day 4 of the 2018 USRowing National Championships. And again, tomorrow we'll be out here bright and early to start off a full day of action-packed racing with all of our finals and our awards presentations and medals for all of our events. We'll be back tomorrow to broadcast for you. So we hope that you'll tune in or come back out to Camden and enjoy some racing. The weather's supposed to be great, hot, sunny, beautiful, classic summer Jersey day. So make sure you get out and enjoy and take advantage.
Free sunscreen in the USRowing tent.
Yes, very critical that we have that free sunscreen down here at the finish line. USRowing, protect yourselves. You do not want to, the sun, just imagine the audacity of not wearing sunscreen, thinking that you're tougher than the sun. You know, it's easy to see it up in the sky and not understand, but the sun, yeah, you're tough.
Not I.
But all right, so we take over to the drone view here, and lanes 3, lanes 4, they've started to separate. Lane 2 coming along for the ride as well. So 2, 3, 4. I'd say those are your best bet for that 1-2 position. But lane 6 sneaking up on the outside as well as we come through 1,000 meters. This is an exciting race here. So far, I'd say lane 3, Mr. Treblecock from Foundry, he's your leader. But right on his tail is Mr. Lechner, rowing unaffiliated. And Mr. Cronin from Potomac, only bow stern on those two, with Mr. Thompson from OKC. He's in the hunt as well. And Mr. Hallenbeck with Orion.
And And a pretty nice battle going on for first right now.
Yeah, it's great to just watch a nice single sculling battle. Stroke for stroke. There's so many variables on one end in terms of the wind and the boats and everything, but then there's so few at the other side in terms of it's mano y mano. It's who really wants to get the bow ball out in front and how are they going to do it. Obviously, there's a lot of
100%.
ways to move a boat, and especially a single because there's nobody to match with. You don't have to worry about blending as a crew or any of that.
Yeah,
You just got to get down and get your blade in and move the boat.
Yeah, for sure. And I think too, oftentimes, I mean, these guys will certainly have coaches and be coached, but a lot of this training is really just on your own. So I think that feeling of racing is even heightened in the single because it's a chance to kind of be racing against someone else where maybe a lot of times you're doing pieces alone or trying to practice with boats that might be different or faster than you. So definitely an exciting thing, a singles race.
Absolutely. A lot of coaching in a single can just be a speed coach and, I'm going slower, I'm going faster.
Yep.
And then, it's not that hard to figure out which one you want to do.
Yep.
But you're right. What a race developing, really, for these top two positions. Mr. Treblecock and Mr. Cronin, Foundry and Potomac. And on the inside, Mr. Cronin from Potomac, he's still in it. Wants to take down Mr. Treblecock for that number 2 position. And Mr. Lechner out in front. We're coming into the last 400 meters. A little boost of wind for these crews. We'll see if anyone can take advantage and surge up, or if anyone will get a little flustered and slow down, and if that can change our outcome here in the last 40 strokes.
And now coming into the last 250. Michael Treblecock of Foundry in lane 3, holding one of those 2 qualifying positions. Now moving into the very last stretch of this race. And a definite wind shift here for these scullers. Maybe that's nice, a bit of a tailwind boost. At the same time, they'll have to be really careful to put their oars in the water with intention, nice and clean. Coming through the line, though, it is Michael Treblecock of Foundry. Oh.
And behind him in lane 3, Mr. Treblecock, he will get that second qualifying position just ahead of lane 2, Mr. Cronin from Potomac. So Mr. Lechner, unaffiliated, your winner, and Mr. Treblecock from Foundry, those two will be moving on to tomorrow's final of the men's intermediate single. We'll take you back up to the start where we're going to have the women's intermediate pair, 2 semifinals in this event, so top 3 will advance to the final tomorrow to race for the medals. All right, we have a start. We have a nice view of Vesper, lane 5. So on your screen here, from left to right, we'll have lane 1, the under 18 girls high performance team. Lane 2, the under 18 girls high performance team B. Lane 3, the Greenwich Composite. Lane 4, Potomac. Lane 5, as you can see, Vesper. And lane 6, a third entry from the under 18 girls high performance team. Great to see these young athletes out here racing up in the intermediate pairs events. And again, just a quick loss of our camera there. Again, a lot of action going on here, a lot of energy in the air, and that can interfere with our radio waves every once in a while. But we're back. Nice view of that Vesper crew as we'll pan across the field here. Looks like a nice clean start. Looks like a little bit of steering issues. Some of these younger athletes, maybe it's their first summer in the pair. Every once in a while, you see that happen, but it looks like they've corrected and they're back on the right course, so hopefully they can get right back into the race.
And of course, as we've said all along, these small boats, while they can quickly lose course, they can quickly gain it back. That's what we're seeing out of the Vesper pair. Haven't seen any flags yet, but I'm speaking too soon. There's one flag up, so part of the official's job, is of course to make sure that the rules are followed and that all of the racing is fair and safe. And part of that is at times they need to help steer these crews. So when you see a flag up in the air and pointing one direction or another, it's to help steer the crews and tell them which direction they need to go. Hopefully not in a cox boat, but sometimes helpful in these coxless boats.
As you said, safety is such an important part, especially with these younger athletes in these smaller boats. You really want to make sure that they're not colliding. These boats are super expensive. Yes. Obviously, as you saw with that goose that we don't feel bad about, but I'm sure he's not happy. If you get hit by one of these oars or a collision on these boats, it can be very serious very quickly. So you want to avoid that, and that's why we thank our referees for making sure that we're always being safe. So as we pan out here, it looks like lane 3 really blasting off.
Wow.
The Greenwich Composite, very impressive performance. They are way out on the field, leading the pack. But again, top 3 advance here. So behind them, it's anybody's game as we come through about 1,000 meters here. A lot of time left in this women's intermediate pair to make a move and play for those second and third positions that are crucial for qualifying for tomorrow. Overhead now you see lane 1, lane 2, both from the under 18 girls high performance team. Again, just great to see them out here racing up at a new level in a boat that many of them probably haven't rowed before and developing those new skills.
And almost rowing stroke by stroke right now. So, coming from the same team, the under 18 high performance group, and identical boats here and blades, and really look to be rowing the same stroke rate as far as I can tell. So probably having some fun right now racing their teammates.
Definitely a lot of pride on the line there, as we were saying earlier. That van ride back to the hotel and that dinner tonight is going to be a lot better if you're on the winning side of that. I know I would be trash talking the other pair, and
possibly it's happening across the lanes.
Yeah,
we'll never know.
There could be a lot of communication on the water right now.
Yeah.
In fact, again, if I were in the boat, there would probably be a little miss there in that one boat, but they're back on it.
Now coming through the 1,000, it looks like.
Yeah, just a little steering here and there, those buoys, but they're cool under pressure. It's not phase them at all, which is great. A lot of times you start to turn towards the buoys and you can get a little rattled, but they're still stroke for stroke. Great race between these two pairs.
And it looks like the lane 2 under 18 HP team is starting to push out on lane 1 just a bit. So we see them just about a deck or so ahead. Maybe a little bit of a steering snafu at the moment, but I'm sure they'll course correct. But they've started to take some water now. Like safety very.
All right, as we pan out on the drone again, you can see what an impressive performance out of lane 3, that Greenwich Composite. Very impressive rowing, quite a margin on, it seems also our U18 camp started to see some separation between the two of them. And on the far side, our Vesper and our third U18 boat fighting strong on the far side of the river. It's that Greenwich Composite too. Just what a program. A lot of great small boats coming out of there. A lot of great action, and we saw with a lot of their sculling earlier in the day, and in the pairs, And obviously their big boats do very well too. So probably no coincidence that they are able to perform over many disciplines in the sport, and a lot of great stuff going on there. Hats off to their coaching and their athletes. A lot of commitment to the sport, and just they've seen a lot of great results out of it. So
yeah,
great
really
to see
impressive.
them doing that.
And on the men and the women's side, which is pretty cool too. So not just one side of the boathouse.
Yeah, it's always great to see when you have these big complete programs like a Greenwich, like a CRI, that just they set the model for everybody else. And then what's great too is when you see the rowing community, everybody's so willing to share, and it really shares that model and it spreads, and it gives people a vision of how to build a program. And you see all these new young programs starting to pop up all over the country, and they can look at a place like a CRI or a Greenwich and say, look, they succeed in small boats and big boats, they do this, they do that. And they can pick their goal right away, and they can say, you know what, we're going to have a great pair, a great quad, a great double, and they can instantly be on that national scene and start building their programs. And you see a lot of these places within 4 or 5 years, they're up there.
And
so this Greenwich crew,
Greenwich.
with Miss Coven and Miss Essie, Jamie Coven, 9-time U.S. national team member and Olympian. His daughter rowing in that Greenwich pair. Very dominating performance.
I know.
And as the rest of the crews enter the Camden County zip code, it looks like we have our two U18 high performance camp boats. A little bit of separation between them now, but a great race. Great for these girls to be fighting all the way down the course. Looks like a little bit of steering. They're determined to. They're on the same team. They want to finish in the same lane. And that's great. But outstanding rowing from these two crews, and they will both make it on to tomorrow's final. So great for them. They'll be in the final tomorrow. They'll get another shot at each other as we round up this field. All right, so we got one more semifinal of the women's intermediate pair. Again, top three move on to tomorrow. And in this race already in progress, from the view you have here from left to right, we have OKC, Greenwich, U19 Women's Selection Camp, another boat from the selection camp, the Minnesota Development Camp, and Row West Racing Camp. And a lot of cheers for Row West Racing Camp, so I'll do them again. Row West Racing Camp. No cheers that time. There we go. Okay, so coming in about 500 meters in, we'll switch to the drone. And wow, lanes 3, lanes 4, way out there. Those are your women's selection camp boats. Very impressive rowing out of them. Again, this is top three, and it looks like we have our three crews here. Quite a margin. Women's Selection Camp, their two boats, as well as the OKC High Performance Center. So some great rowing going on there. Those three crews, even though they're spread out, very impressive performance. As we come into about 800 to go, it looks like they are in a safe qualifying position, but you never know. Important to stay on it. All right, we come into the last 500 meters here. Still some pretty good separation. Very impressive rowing out of the U19 Women's Selection Camp, both their boats. Not just the margin, but the rowing itself looking pretty sharp, especially given these a little bit of tailwind conditions here.
And bow number 3 now in their final few strokes, the U19 Women's Selection Camp. So still a couple lengths over the rest of the field. So bow number 3 now in their final few strokes, followed by bow number 4, the U19, also the U19 Women's Selection Camp. So two powerhouse pairs coming out.
Coming up though, one more spot in that final, and it looks like lane 2 coming up quick. I'd still say lane 6, OKC has the advantage, but lane 2 coming up quick, the Minnesota Dev Camp, but it will be lane 6, OKC for that third spot in tomorrow's final. But great racing by all the crews. Great racing in these pairs. All right, what a race. And folks, too, again, if you haven't had a chance to come down to the finish line grandstand area, we've got a lot of great vendors. USRowing's here, some leadership from USRowing. We have a lot of great stuff going on down here. Also, make sure to pick up all your gear. JL, Boathouse, they're all here. Fat Ergos, if you haven't followed them on Instagram, they're hilarious. They have a lot of gear here, too. I'm not sure the legality of their operation, but it seems like they have some sort of great little gig going on there. So they're here. Shell Repair USA, they're all here. So make sure you come down. If you see Fat Ergos, tell them that Kyle sent you, and they'll give you a nice discount, especially if you buy in bulk. So get on down here, or send them slide into their DMs on Instagram. Again, mention my name. No photos, please, but they'll hook you up. All right, and just like that, the women's elite singles semifinal 1, top 3 go on to the final tomorrow. The overhead view, top of your screen lane 1, bottom of your screen lane 6. Lane 1, Miss Sinowski from Orion. Lane 2, Miss Kisting from Orion. Lane 3, Miss Chow from BIAC. Lane 4, Miss Davison from Orion. Lane 5, Miss McGinnis rowing unaffiliated, and lane 6, Miss McFedrick from Fairmount.
It's an Orion race.
And it looks like so far Miss Chow from BIAC is your leader, followed by Miss Davison from Orion and Miss Kisting from Orion. On the bottom of your screen, Miss McGinnis, rowing unaffiliated. She's in the hunt, as well as lane 1, Miss Sinowski from Orion.
Wow.
So a lot of Orion up in this race. Saratoga throwing down. Again, top 3 advance. And as you can see on the screen, we have 5 boats that are in position. Really 6. So it's anybody's race at this point. They're rolling through about 500 meters. So a lot of time to go in this race, a lot of action. We'll see who can hold up for the whole stretch. A lot of elite rowers in this group. We have Orion. That's obviously the elite rower development program they have up at Saratoga. A great program. Chris Chase, Eric Calanano do a great job up there. A lot of development. A lot of fluidity too between them and the national team. So a lot of great scullers. Miss Kisting, she was at Princeton Training Center, under 23 teams. Also, we have some Philadelphia representation. Miss McFedrich, she was on the Pan American team, rowing out of Fairmount. Miss McGinnis, she's a Schuylkill Navy local, throwing down in lane 5.
And I'll tell you what, we talked about people moving between events. Savannah Davison was my bow seat this morning.
There you go.
In the women's Elite 8.
And she's got nothing to save her energy for, because you guys got disqualified for cheating, right?
Talk about it. It's too soon.
But wow, what a race
It's
developing.
too
An
soon.
impressive performance from Miss Chow. She's really set the standard at the center of the field here. But then Miss Kisting, Miss Davidson hot on her heels, as well as Miss McGinnis. As we roll through about 900 meters to go, this race is really going to heat up. Again, top 3 advance to tomorrow's final.
And a nice shot from the drone here, taking a look at the full field. But definitely, Aisha Chow of BAIC is on the move out in lane 3. She got an early lead. She's held it, and she's continuing to hold it now through the middle of the race as they approach 500. But still very much kind of in that third 500 area right now.
It's payday, third 500, and we have, looks like the field's starting to spread out a little bit. Miss Chow still dominating the field. Just to her left, though, we have Miss Davison from Orion, and to her right, Miss Kisting from Orion. They seem to be in the qualifying positions behind them, but Miss McGinnis and Miss Sinowski, they are still well within striking distance of that third place position. You know that Orion, they want to have 3 people move through here. And I know that Miss McGinnis's family is pulling hard. I saw her mother here earlier. I know her brothers are going nuts on a computer somewhere. And as we come into the last 500, it's time to go if they want to make a move. Miss Chow separating from the field even more. Behind her, it's all Orion and Mary McGinnis in lane 5. She's hanging on there too, trying to get into that third place qualifying position. Again, 3 of these women will go on to row in the final tomorrow.
And now coming into the very last 300 meters or so. A race for those top 3 positions. Aisha Chow made it known early on that she'd be taking one of them. And she continues to hold that impressive margin over in lane 3. But it's looking right now like it could be any of the Orion shells.
And as we come into the last 30 strokes, Miss Chow putting even more margin on the field. Very impressive rowing here. She looks calm, collected, driving away. Very impressive rowing here. Behind her, it appears to be lane 2, lane 4, Miss Kisting, Miss Davison. Kind of that V formation of the field that you would tend to expect based off of the time trial seedings. But a pretty good pack lane for places 2, 3, 4, 5. But everybody wants to be in that top 3 position to make that final tomorrow. So Miss Chow, she'll cross the line now. She will win this semifinal. And behind her It looks to be lane 4. Miss Davidson will finish ahead of Miss Kisting, but they'll both move on to tomorrow's final. And for that 4th, 5th spot, it is lane 1. Miss Sanowski from Orion will just pop out Miss McGinnis in lane 5. And rounding off the pack, Miss McFedridge in lane 6. Great race by all our competitors there. One more race of the women's elite single. This is semifinal 2. Again, top 3. It's where you want to be. Looking at the camera here, we have Miss Lonkar from Vesper. Left to right, you'll have Miss Cutler from University Boat Club, Miss Spalding from Craftsbury, Miss Philly from Potomac, Miss Lonkar, who you see on the screen now, from Vesper, Miss Kemp from Sarasota, and Miss Maestrenko from Riverside. So we have a start.
And a nice shot of the Vesper sculler. Julia Launcher of Vesper in lane 4. So gaining her point here just a little bit. Looks like she's starting to straighten out now. Again, a lot of excellent racing today coming out of Vesper. And it looks like right with her in lane 3. Michelina Philly from Potomac Boat Club. And on the other side of the Vesper shell in lane 5, it's Rosa Kemp of Sarasota, a name I recognize from earlier. So it looks like she certainly doubled up events. And right now, a really nice shot of the Potomac, Vesper, and Sarasota scullers. Michelina Philly from Potomac, Julia Launcher from Vesper, and Rosa Kemp from Sarasota. And these scullers now moving through the first 500. We'll get a sense of margins in just a little bit, but definitely looking to be a fair and clean start.
And it looks like lane 3 just poking out just a little bit over the field. Miss Feely from Potomac, but it looks like a very tight pack, lanes 1 to 6, especially early on in these races at the elite level. You don't see a lot of separation like you might see in some of the junior or intermediate events. As we go to the overhead cam, as you can see, lanes 4, 5, and 6, right in it. That's Miss Lonkar, Miss Kemp, Miss Maestrenko, Vesper, Sarasota, Riverside. Again, 3 will advance out of this semifinal into tomorrow's final for the medals and for a national championship.
And a pretty tightly packed field, as we can see on the screen here. And a nice push right now from Potomac Boat Club. It's Michelini Philly. Right on her heels, Julia Launcher of Vesper, and just behind her, Rosa Kemp of Sarasota.
All right, as we come through 1,000 meters, starting to separate out just a little bit here. You see our 3 leaders. Again, you want to be in that top 3 position to get into that final tomorrow. But again, still a lot of strategy in play. Racing multiple events, day after day, managing your fatigue. How hard do you want to go? But you also want to make sure that you get that top lane position as well. Again, the forecast for tomorrow looks beautiful. Going to be hot, going to be sunny. A classic Jersey day in the summer. But we are susceptible to just a little bit of wind here, that light 4 to 8 mile an hour tailwind. And you never know if you're going to get caught in one of those gusts. And you don't want to be caught on the wrong side of it in a wire-to-wire race. That costs you a foul ball.
And Potomac still getting work done now in the middle of the race over in lane 3. Michelini Feely of Potomac holding an advantage over Julia Launcher of Vesper and Rosa Kemp of Sarasota. I think that's her. And the scullers now in the third 500, approaching 5 to go. And Potomac still holding on to the lead as they come closer to shore. Potomac making a little bit of a push there, away from the Vesper sculler. Potomac with just about 1 length over Julia Launcher of Vesper. So a beautiful shot here of these 3 boats. And a really beautiful shell that Rosa Kemp is rowing in, that bright electric blue color. These 3 starting to separate a little bit though. Possible that Potomac has gained a little bit of speed. That's Michelini Feely. And now coming into the last 250.
All right, this race pretty hot in the last 300 meters here. Again, that top 3 is key.
And maybe getting a little bit tighter here at the end, though Potomac still holding on to that advantage. It's Michelini Feely of Potomac Boat Club in lane 3. Then open water back to Julia Launcher of Vesper, who holds about a half a length lead.
And Miss Feely will win this race. She wins the semifinal from Potomac, followed by lane 4, Miss Longcard from Vesper, and lane 5, Miss Kemp from Sarasota. Those 3 will round out your qualifiers for tomorrow's final of the men's elite the women's elite single. All right, folks, coming up next, already in progress. We're going to switch to the drone as soon as we have it. The men's elite single semifinal 1. 2 semifinals for this event. Top 3 go on tomorrow. All right, and we'll take you back up to the top. again, already in progress. So for those of you here, near to far, lane 1, we have Mr. McMillan from Michigan. Lane 2, Mr. Bernstein from Penn AC. Lane 3, Mr. Pfeiffer from Penn AC. Lane 4, Mr. Allen from Orion. Lane 5, Olympian Tyler Nace from Vesper. In lane 6, Mr. Righto from Mamaroneck. Hi. And it looks like on the far side, lane 3, lane 4, Mr. Pfeiffer and Mr. Allen, they have peeked their bows out just a little bit. As well as lane 2, Mr. Allen, or Mr. Bernstein rather, having a nice race. All right, and we get this great overhead view here. And you can see on the inside, lane 1, Mr. McMillan from Michigan having a great row. Right on his tails, Mr. Bernstein from Penn AC. And hot on his heels is Mr. Pfeiffer from Penn AC as well, his teammate. Those are your top 3 right now. As it stands, those will be the ones moving on to tomorrow's final. But Mr. Allen in lane 4 from Orion, he wants a piece of the pie. He's challenging Mr. Pfeiffer for that 3rd spot. Great view from the drone here. Shows how resilient the course has been to the wind today. Great conditions. All right, and as we come into the last 250 here, very tight, 4 boats, 3 spots. On the inside, lane 1 and 2, Mr. McMillan, Mr. Bernstein, they look to be the safest, but nobody's really safe. It's going to be close. Mr. Pfeiffer winding it up. We'll have to take a look at the line. I'll call the bows as they cross. It looks like 2-1, and too close to call between Mr. Pfeiffer and Mr. Allen. Way too close to call. I'm going to say that lane 1 and 2, Mr. McMillan, Mr. Bernstein, they I'm going to guess that they made it through, but between Mr. Pfeiffer and Mr. Allen, Penn AC and Orion, what a great finish. We'll have to get those results for you folks. Way too close to call by my eyes. And just like that, we already have a start, though, in semifinal 2, the second semifinal of this men's elite single. Again, this is for the last 3 spots in tomorrow's final. We have a clean start here, and from left to right on your screen, you'll have Mr. Meeker from Potomac, Mr. Malawani from Holland, Mr. Cardno from OKC, Mr. Northrup rowing unaffiliated, Mr. Rogers from Potomac, and Mr. Ryan from Undine.
Wow, what a finish to semifinal number 1. We'll see what semifinal number 2 brings, but closest race of the day, possibly.
They forgot the railing over there. Yeah, seriously. Not good, right? It's enough of a fall.
And the race well underway, a clean and fair start. So far, so good on the steering front. we're picking up a nice shot right now of lane 4. Four, five, six, five, four, four.
You want to do an interview? Come on. We'll do an interview right after this race. We got a break. Come on. It'd be great. You can talk about it.
And closing in on the 500 down. Maybe a little bit of steering trouble in lane 5. Haven't seen the flag quite yet, so they may have course corrected in the Potomac Shell.
All right, we pan to the overhead camera, and wow, what a race developing, a nice tight field. Great to see in these late day semifinals, some tight racing, wire to wire.
Especially in the single, which can sometimes feel like the results are a bit spread out.
Sometimes
so really
you get
cool
some
to
parades
see that
in those races,
yeah.
but this is some great racing
Yeah.
from all the boats.
I was doing the same thing. I kept taking off my mic to be like somebody's going to write it. I'm not throwing illustrations.
Wow, what a developing race here between really all these boats, but again, top 3 will advance to tomorrow's final. It looks like in the center of the course here we have Mr. Cardno and Mr. Northrop duking it out. Also lane 2, Mr. Malowany from Hanlon, he's getting in the party. So a lot of action here.
And yes, a nice push from Mick Malowany of Hanlon in lane 2, now holding the lead. Running in second, it's Kevin Cardno of OKC.
I tell you, what a race developing though. On the inside, not a lot of visibility between these crews, and they're both fighting for one thing. So we'll see what happens as we come into the last 800 meters here. Wind picking up just a little bit, but still not really affecting the water that much here at this great course here in Camden. And for those of you wondering, we're still waiting on results for the first heat of this men's elite single. That photo finish, really for all the boats, but we'll confirm for you as soon as we know those top 3 qualifiers for tomorrow's final. And then obviously for this race, the final 3. All right, as we're coming into the last 500 meters here, still holding strong. It's really, we have 5 boats here for 3 spots. We'll see if anybody can make a last-minute move, or if we have a little gust that can affect, throw some variables into this thing. But as it stands now, top 3 to go. As it stands now, it looks like lane 2, Mr. Malowany, he's your leader, followed by lane 5, Mr. Rogers. But he's duking it out with lane 4. Mr. Northrop, it's anybody's race here. Mr. Ryan from Undyne, he's in it. 2:50 to go. 5 boats, 3 advance. The race is really on the outside here. Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Right now it looks like lane 3, Mr. Cardno. He's your leader. Behind him, I'd say it's lane 4, Mr. Northrop.
Wow.
Then on the outside, right now as it stands, Mr. Ryan, lane 6 from Undyne. He's over Mr. Rogers, but a last-minute push.
Oh, here comes lane 2.
Lane 2 coming up, and I'm going to say 3, 4, 6. Mr. Cardno from OKC, Mr. Northrop from Unaffiliated, and Mr. Ryan from Undyne. Those are your 3 from semifinal 2.
That was exciting. Wow. Why is this race already underway? I thought we had a break.
All right, folks, we bring you right back to the action. Already in progress, the men's elite senior 4. That's Cox 4. Left to right on your screen, we have New York, Greenwich, New York Athletic Club, Mendota B, Mendota D, and Potomac B. And while we wait for the drone here, we have a real treat. We have Olympian Jason Reed here. Jason, what's it like to have the USRowing Nationals back here in New Jersey?
As a New Jersey resident, I love competing on the Cooper, and it's a great day for racing. There's a healthy IRA tailwind, but the conditions are fair, and the facility and the park is great.
How would you say the winds? Are they low or are they high?
Refreshing.
Very high.
Refreshingly high.
All right, and as we switch over to the drone here, as you can see, lane 4, Mendota B, thundering away. Top 3 advance. So behind them we got a nice fight, lanes 1, 2, and 3. New York, Greenwich, and the New York Athletic Club. Those 3 gonna be duking it out behind Mendota for that critical 3rd spot. You want to be in that top 3 position to make that final tomorrow. Coming up on 1,000 meters here, Mendota B really establishing themselves out in front here. Folks, this is our second to last race of the day as well. Coming up after this, we'll have the second and final semifinal of the men's elite Cox 4. And then we'll be back here tomorrow with a whole day of commentary, a whole day of racing, exciting finals for you. You'll want to come back to the course or tune in online. All right.
They're out, right? Because the waiting. Next heat? They got scratched, which is better for us anyway. It means there's no rest.
All right, coming up on about 800 meters to go. Still Mendota B, and that New York crew on the inside just starting to slip back just a touch, but it's still anybody's race. Again, you want to be in that top 3 position here. And again, a lot of these guys have been doing a lot of racing, doubling up, tripling up, maybe even more over multiple days. It's very hot, a lot of sun, a lot of great weather for spectators. If you're a competitor, though, it can be pretty taxing. So as we get into the last 1,000 meters of these races, you really start to wear in that fatigue, and you really got to make sure that you're staying attentive, focused, and tough. Make sure you can keep your boat out in front. And it looks like Mendota's been able to do that. A little push, though, on the inside. Lane 2, Greenwich. They're moving up. They're in the second place position now. And nestled in between them, we have the New York Athletic Club. They're currently in that critical third qualifying position. The boat from New York, stroked by Mr. Miller, they're just starting to slip back just a touch, but you never know. Don't count them out. That inside lane there with the wind sometimes can turn into a little bit of a conveyor belt in that last 500.
And a really nice push from Greenwich over in lane 2, starting to challenge that Mendota boat, I think, a bit more, as you said, with Nyack kind of right in the middle, in the thick of it.
Yeah, really great to see them kind of just methodically chip away at the course.
Yeah.
Trying to mow them down at the end there to get that favorite lane for tomorrow. So this will be an interesting little wind-up here as we come into the last 300 meters. It looks like that Greenwich crew may have passed Mendota.
Whoa.
Still looks like the New York Athletic Club is nestled between them in that third spot. We'll see if that New York crew in lane 1 can put on the turbochargers and try and slip their way in there. But as it stands now, it looks like we have Greenwich, Mendota, and New York Athletic Club. And as we come into the last 20 strokes here, this Greenwich crew really pumping along. They've taken quite an impressive lead here. A nice, very nice, patient race out of them. And they will win this semifinal. Behind them, a little bit of a battle developing between Mendota and New York Athletic Club, but both of these crews will make it through to the final tomorrow. Greenwich will win this semifinal by open water. Mendota, yeah, well, the bowman decided that he's done, but they'll still get second. And New York Athletic Club, they'll take that third qualifying position ahead of the New York boat in fourth, which appears to have a 40-year-old man in 3-seat. Very impressive. And rounding out the crew, the second Mendota boat and Potomac on the outside. All right, and we have a start in the final race of the day, the men's elite Cox 4. Again, this is for the last 3 spots in tomorrow's grand final.
I think you should guest commentate.
Watch it.
Kyle, it's great to be up here with you.
All right, in this last race here, left to right on the screen, you'll see here, from your left to your right, Potomac, Mendota C, Seattle, Mendota, Cal Berkeley Development Camp, and Riverside B. What do you think? We should have some hot racing between that Seattle area and that Cal Berkeley boat, you would think.
Yeah, lane 3, 4, and 5.
Coach Mann and Coach Schald throwing down. Then Mendota, they're always up for a fight.
That Cal crew is going to be used to rowing in strong and favorable windy conditions. Beautiful picture there on the camera of the course and of the park.
I wonder, are we gonna send an invoice to the Crown Plaza for all this advertising? Because I think that it doesn't get much better than that.
Used to be the Hilton.
All right, and we switch over to the drone, and it looks like we got quite a race developing here.
Like Center City's in the background. That's a great shot of Philadelphia.
Great shot of Philadelphia, one of America's finest cities. The home of the revolution, really.
Great fireworks at 4th of July. You know, Kyle, from this angle, it looks like a bunch of spiders running towards a birthday cake.
I don't know if you want to tell that to these guys up in person, though. This Seattle area crew, I saw them walking around earlier. They were pretty big. The one guy looked pretty, had a big beard. It looked like he was ready to throw down. Heating up fast, though. Looks like Seattle area, they've walked out to a little bit of a lead here. Then on the outside, we have Riverside, we've got Cal, we've got Mendota. Everybody's in this. Top 3 will move on to tomorrow's final.
3, 4, and 5, a real dogfight as they approach Bishop Eustis area and the Cooper River Boathouse. Great spot to have a birthday party, wedding, bar mitzvah.
We had a great dinner at the Cooper Boathouse in 2012 at the IRA.
Yeah, see there, you
Unbelievable.
can see the quarter of the screen of the drone picking up the docks.
Just a fantastic facility. All right, so it looks like Seattle's still pushing out there, but again, you want to be in that top 3 position. Obviously, you want to be as high as you can, but at the end of the day, top 3, that'll punch your ticket to tomorrow's final. And
Kyle, that Seattle crew is still rating about 34, so they're not turning off the gas.
They've got a statement to make in this race, it seems.
Mendota about a length off of Cal.
All right, it looks like they're coming up on about 900 meters to go. So we'll see if this pack starts to separate or if anyone starts to fade. But it looks like, as it stands now, Seattle and Cal are 1-2, and it's going to be a fight between those 2 Mendota boats as to who's going to get that last spot.
Riverside's a bit off the pace in lane 6. For the benefit of the audience, lane 1 is the lane closest to the finish line tower, and lane 6 is across the river, the south side of the Cooper River.
Again, this will be the last race of the day here, folks. So make sure you tune in tomorrow. The racing starts bright and early online. We'll have the live stream going on the course. It's supposed to be a beautiful day. Bring your sunscreen, bring some water. It's going to be a great Sunday here in Camden for the finals of the 2018 USRowing National Championships. And here we go. As we roll up on 600 meters to go, Seattle still holding strong. Cal Berkeley right behind them. And it looks like Mendota A just starting to break away from Mendota C for that critical 3rd position.
I think Mendota C just picked up the pace. They're moving.
They're winding up. They don't want to let those guys get away.
About 550 meters to go.
A lot of bragging rights to go between those 2 Mendota boats.
Yeah, their coach, Bo Hoopman, Olympic gold medalist, Pan Am gold medalist, world champion. He's here. I saw him on the dock at the South Jersey Boathouse earlier today, waving his arms and yelling, encouraging his crew. Mendota C about 2.5 seats down to Mendota A. Are those 2 Mendota boats racing in the Elite 8 tomorrow, Kyle?
I wonder. I would assume that most of these guys are doubling up, tripling up. We've seen a lot of great racing, especially those summer college camps.
You don't
clubs.
travel all the way here from Madison, Wisconsin and only race once.
That's for sure. All right, about 300 meters to go. Seattle's still going strong. Looks pretty in control. Cal on the outside. They're in the 2 position, and it looks like Mendota A has control of Mendota C, but there's still about 30 strokes to go, so we'll see what happens.
Potomac just started cranking things up. They're coming at Mendota like a pack of dogs in a hubcap factory.
And here we go. You're right. On that inside there, Potomac thundering away.
Seattle area shutting down.
What's the one you say? The wristwatch or whatever? Wow, look at that Potomac move. And it looks like that Wisconsin, their Mendota C crew, they're going to be duking it out with Potomac.
They're turning up the heat.
Seattle will be your winner.
Here comes Potomac.
Cal
Potomac
Berkeley
and Mendota.
And Mendota duking it out. Cal will take it.
39 strokes a minute. 40 strokes a minute.
And it's Mendota. They'll take the last qualifying spot, and Mendota C will just hold off Potomac at the line. And Riverside will round off the pack. All right, folks.
Racing.
What a great race. A great day of racing here at the 2018 USRowing National Championships, Club National Championships, Elite National Championships. That rounds off day 4. 1 more to go. Tomorrow we got the finals. You don't want to miss it. It's sure to be action-packed. Lots of great racing. Tomorrow racing starts at 8 o'clock sharp. So you don't want to miss it. Make sure you're down here. Go to church, light a candle, come to Camden. Alex, want to say a few words?
Come on. One quick synopsis.
All right, just one more quick. We have a special guest here too, Mr. Alex Brodowski of PNRA Mercer. Alex, what did it feel